Good morning, everyone. Good to see you this morning. I'm Bondar JR, for those of you who don't know, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known as Ron. We're here to stream some eveonline. So, without further ado, I've already got Falstaff over here working his little butt off. So, hauling some ore back to Venolin. So work and more family drama. Yep, not a feel-good recipe. I hear you. I hear you, Jackson. I hear you all too well. So hopefully some of that calms down here pretty soon. So hopefully some of that calms down here pretty soon. So I am headed back to Venolin, carrying my ore. And whoops, why is that over here? Gig camp situation still looks good. Gig camp situation still looks good. So, Philippines is good. We actually had a huge storm last night. Huge. Knocked the electricity out for, I don't know, half hour or so. It wasn't big deal with the electricity. It always comes back on. So I'm very pleased with what we got here in San Juan. I hear from my brother-in-law in Imelda, where our lot is, they lose electricity all the time. So definitely excited about the solar there, so we won't have that problem. But cause yeah, my computer's kind of taking a beating with it going down and up, down and up. But we only lose it maybe once or twice a week, and it's almost always at night. So which is good since I don't stream at night. So I'm streaming during the day here. So, but it is because of the heavy rain last night. It is very, very humid this morning. So very humid. And so from that perspective, yeah, as soon as I got out of the shower, I was sweating. The other problem is my shower was not draining well. So nothing like standing in a puddle of your own filth. So, but that's probably because all the rain. We've had a lot of rain the last several days, and I think it's probably filling up the sewage now. So probably not draining as well as it should. Hopefully we'll get a couple days here where it doesn't rain. It's been raining almost every night. And so, but yeah, never a good deal there. So, never a good deal there. And I always take a shower on the second floor, the one that's been fixed. And so if it's filling up there, I can't imagine what the first floor bathroom's going to do. So, probably need to be careful flushing the toilet down there. So, but finally got Abigail to go number 2 last night, which she hasn't done in a couple days, which is worrying us. But she's not eating much. I don't know why. She's actually gotten used to human food, and so she doesn't want to eat her dog food anymore, which I am unacceptable of. And since mom is away, we're going to get her back on the dog food, whether it kills us or not. So I've been working on that. She always still gets a little bit of human food from me, but her mom and her mom's sisters tend to feed her a lot. And so, in fact, while we were at the celebration this weekend, they actually gave her chicken and rice, human food, and she loved it. And I think that's what her problem is now, is she's trying to hold the line to say, hey, I'm not eating this crap dog food. I'm not eating this kibble anymore. I know there's a better alternative. And I'm like, yeah. But yeah, it's funny, my brother-in-law that lives near where our lot is, the one that's kind of helping us out with all kinds of stuff, he feeds his dogs always chicken and rice. And real chicken, and so yeah, it's kind of interesting because so it may come to that. Unfortunately, we bought like 4 bags of dog food to send so that I could wean them off of the dog food we use in America and put them on this. And with Benedict always ate me out of house and home, so Abigail never really ate that much to begin with. But yeah, so now we're gonna have to get rid of the dog food. Save the grill. Good to see you, buddy. But yeah, so I got to get her back on the dog food so we can get that addressed. But I think that'll work out well. She will eventually eat when she gets hungry. So one thing you can always count on with a dog. So, but what else? Yeah, so heavy rainstorm last night. Lost electricity, as I said, but about 2 a.m. I think is when it went out. Don't forget your 15K. Yep, skill points. Good deal. Good deal. I did forget mine. Thank you, Jackson. Thank you, Jackson. Wasn't for you guys, I think I'd forget them every week, to be perfectly honest. Alright. Alright, let's dock. I don't know why it doesn't select the player stations. That's kind of weird. So let me switch over to Craig and get his. But yeah, I had, of course, since we lost power, that means the computer shut off, which is typical. And so yeah, so I had to reboot everything this morning and hoping that my hard drive always comes up. So
docking request accepted.
All right, so we got his as well. I completed my dailies on day 14 of the month. So that was, I think, a new record for me. So that was kind of nice. All right, let's put these here. Item hanger. And then we're going to stack. And then we're going to process. Alright. Reprocess. 72.4%. Oh, I got disconnected. But that's weird. The stream is still up. Darkside, have you tried your mock around combat site escalations yet? They might be a little easier than level 4 mission. I have not. Somehow I got disconnected from Eve, which is totally uncool. Totally uncool. So trying to come back in again. We'll see how this works. Yeah, the level 4s I usually don't have a problem with. I think it's just that one. And of course, I've had that same one over and over and over again now. So, but, I agree with Caviar. Caviar mentioned that, you know, what I found is that the tank works a lot better when you specify, when you selectively do it. So if you know they're going to do, you know, if you know they're going to do EM damage and the other, then it's always good to, you know, set up for that where the multis work. But yeah, if you just do the Serpentine Refuge or Hideaways, you can get the escalations pretty easy. Yeah, but you won't have to warp away to refill shield like you should. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, normally, actually, I think, yeah, you're probably right. I think on all the level 4s, I always do that. So that's probably a good point. So that's just because I'm a chicken shit too. So, but because the last thing I want is to prove Jackson right and have him, have me lose my Mackerel. That would really bum me out. So, all right, let's switch to the cryos, just for kicks. Ooh, they've got, it's a little different now. It now has an active indicator. That's weird. All right, so let's do item hanger. So wow, 64 million. That's a lot of trit. All right, so let's go. But yeah, you won't have to warp away to refill your shield. Yeah, yeah. But like I said, I think if I also do the specify, if I put on EM shield hardener and kinetic shield hardener, whatever damage they're doing, I think I will get a little bit better, which should make it so I don't have to run away as much as well. So, JKT, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Yeah, so it's weird. I disconnected from Eve. Jerry Can, good to see you. I was thinking about you, Jerry Can, so I'm going to pull the trigger on Baldur's Gate. Since it's on sale. I look back through my emails, and it's never ever been on sale more than 20%. So yeah, so I'm gonna pull the trigger on it. It's on till the 27th, so I think I'm good for a little bit, and I probably should do it while the wife is away. Not that she sees the credit card bill, but I won't feel as guilty while she's away. Or if I do it while she's here, then I'll probably feel guilty. So, not that I should, but we spent $2,000 US on the weekend excursion, one night. Of course, 30 people. So, between the place and the food and then we also gave gifts to everyone. So yeah, which is the way it works here in the Philippines. When you're celebrating something, your birthday, your anniversary, you are the blessed one. So you give the gifts, which I guess is okay because you only have to buy for your things. So you only really buy, once or twice, anniversary, birthday, kind of thing. Where if you buy gifts like in America, when it's Jackson's birthday or Jerry Can's birthday or JKT's birthday or Darkside, I would buy them a gift every time. And so yeah, you would buy 15, 20 times. Instead, you pay for everybody once. So I haven't really figured out the cost to figure out if it's really cost effective or not, but not that it probably matters, but yeah, but quite an interesting type of thing there. So, all right, so let's take these guys, throw them in resources, stack our resources up, stack, stack our builds. Go take that back. But yeah, so I was wondering, Jerry Can, do you actually complete the game with each of the characters you create? Because that would be pretty phenomenal. Because you've created 20 some characters, I think. So okay. Because I was like, damn, I wonder if he completes the game with each of them. That would be pretty awesome. So okay. Well, that's good, because I was like, man. Because that also means that the game must be pretty easy to complete if you're completing it that many times. But, okay. So how far do you play each one? Or actually, you probably don't get rid of them. You just leave them, right? I did make it to BG. Okay, well, that's cool. So you don't start in Baldur's Gate? Oh, I thought you started in Baldur's Gate. Shows what I know. Silly me. Silly me. I guess, so I guess depending on who you start as, you actually probably start in a different place. Is that it? Oh, that makes sense. Nope. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to give it a try. But yeah, so I haven't quite figured out if we're gonna stream it. I figure if we is it what's up, Respin? Good to see you. You start at crash site. Okay. So what was I gonna say? So I wasn't sure. Is it something we can play together? I thought I read that it's online co-op. No, that's R&D. So there's an R&D one here? Huh.
Warp drive active.
Invention, blueprint, common. Shit, that's closer. I should bring that here. Wonder what they charge. Yeah, I may have to shift all my stuff. Big X is done. Good job. Up to 4 people, I believe. Okay. So, yeah. So, Jerry Can, you could get it. And then we could all play together, which would be pretty cool. That would be worth streaming. I would definitely stream that. The problem I have with streaming those kind of character RPGs, the Big X is he's building a capital ship.
Docking request.
If that's what the question mark is to. So. But yeah, if we all played in the same game, then I could stream that. And then that would be pretty awesome. I think that would be fantastic. So that would be worth it. I could get what? Not you. I'm sorry. Did I say Jerry Can? I meant Jackson. Jackson could get. Sorry. Yeah, Jackson could get Baldur's Gate, and then the 3 of us could play together. And so, sorry. I thought I do that sometimes. I meant to say Jackson. Yeah, so you could buy Baldur's Gate on sale. And then we could play, all 3 of us could play it on stream. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. Yeah, he's probably half asleep. It's okay. I know it's late for you, Jackson. I'm sorry. It's almost 10 o'clock. I know you need to. I know you got a lot going on, so. But yeah. Or we get somebody else to play. I don't know if anybody. Does anybody else have Baldur's Gate already? Respin, Dark Slider. 9:44 p.m. It isn't late. I was kind of being sarcastic, Jackson, but I also know you got a lot going on, so I didn't want to, you know. Yeah, exactly. Scott Louder, what's up? It's pretty bloody late, maybe. Yeah. I guess it depends on. Yeah. Jackson's on the east coast of the U.S., so he's one of my later. Actually, he's the latest U.S. person that I have watching us, or he would be among the latest U.S. people I have watching. The rest of you are some other places. Yeah, you're going to be later. So, some of you Australians. Yep. Not much, just freezing my fingers off in the land of Oz. Yep. So cold there, huh? That sucks. I didn't think it got cold there. That's pretty good. So you got all the seasons. That's good. I missed that now. Here in the Philippines, we don't get all the seasons, so. -1 Celsius this morning. Wow.
Docking permission requested.
Yep, that would be cold.
Docking request
Well, here's to you keeping warm. Get some coffee. No snow, however. I couldn't find my doodle. Okay. I don't know what a doodle is. So cold, but no snow. Well, sometimes that's okay. All right, so these are actually all of these resources. These are ammo, which of course is at the top. And then we're back down to resources. These two are resources. That's a high slot module. These two are regular modules. And this is a other. All right, cool. All right, I gotta run this one back. But sounds great. Wish I could be there instead of Southeast USA. There you go. Doodle is slang for. Oh, okay, cool. So it was so cold you couldn't find it. Now I'm with you. Okay. Yeah, see, I have that problem every day because I'm just not that well endowed. So, but that was probably too much information. So, in the Philippine 2 seasons, wet or humid? Yeah, so it's hot. And then during the rainy season, it's hot and wet. And so, and that's what we're coming into now is the rainy season, which I'm a little worried if it's already starting to back up my shower. I'm curious what it's going to be like when it really starts raining, and we start getting into into the what they call the tsunami season. Which one of these days I'm going to have to look up what the difference is between a tsunami and a hurricane because I'm not getting it. But anyway, so I was gonna put this heavy water in the resource one because I need to build some crystals. No, not crystals. Some charges, mining charges. Yeah. Some mining charges. Yeah, so mining equipment preservation I have. These are the two that I need. So 10 makes 5,000. That should be more than enough. 10 makes 5,000. More than enough. All right, so we got those going. Let's check out our jobs. We've got mining foreman burst, which we really didn't need to make. We were making that in order to make the other ones, which we might be able to sell. There's our Imicus. Let's see how we did on the Helios invention. 4 out of 10. That's about average. There's our scan pinpoint array. I did 1. Yeah, so now it's researched all the way up to 10. All right. I think I got my bullets and everything. I really need to see, so let's do this. EM. I need an EM. That wasn't good. The EM shield hardener. I really want the EM shield hardener too. Alright, so not blueprints, resources. We're missing the EM shield hardener 1. Yeah, we don't want to build this. There we go. And we're going to put them in modules. Okay. And we need shield emitters. Of course we do. Which I usually can build. Your shield emitter 236. 36. Of course, don't have the resources. Of course. What else is new? All right. So yeah, I'd like to get to the level 2. So that way I can kind of cater the ship to specific hardeners rather than using the multi. Like I said, the multi on paper looks better, but so Mismo's talking about home fronts. Well, we did those once before and they were pretty good. So superconductors. I don't have enough superconductors. So it looks like I'm going to actually have to start kicking off some more PI, which is okay. That's okay. What else were we looking at? So we did build a bunch of stuff to make damage controls. And here's our damage controls, so we should have enough. So let's throw these guys in here. And actually, the other one we were looking at was the covert ops. I think I can only make one of them. No. So it's actually raining right now. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Pouring. Which is the first time it's done it during the day. Yeah, I'm curious if you guys can hear that. Ooh, what happened there? Oh, because it's in OCO. Yeah, I gotta pick those up. I'm thinking I'm gonna run the OCO and I'm gonna move all my stuff. So you guys can't hear it? Yeah, it's pouring. I don't think my camera will reach over there. It is really pouring. The guys were actually working across the street, which... So yeah, they're all huddled underneath now, hiding from the rain. But yeah, that kind of came out of the blue. Glad you guys can hear it, I guess. So yeah, that damage control only got me 3, so I actually need to do another damage. So let's look at this one. Yeah, if I load that, then I'm gonna have to leave it there for 22 hours. I'm curious, can I compare stations? So it's got invention. That's weird. Where the one in Hogamo, adjacent, Hogamo, stations, structures. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, there's an R&D one here. When I look at it, it shows it's got blueprint, competent, material efficiency, and time efficiency. 1%, 1%, 1%, 1%. I don't know what that means. If I go back to the other one, what does it say for invention? 0.25. So yes, so that's definitely a better place. So yeah, I think we're going to move everything over there. Let's go do that. Of course, that might take 3 or 4 trips, but that's okay. Let's switch. Actually, I'm going to build out one of these pro raiders because I'm taking a pro raider. So let's assemble. Call it. I can't remember. I see Zippy Hull now. That's not what I called it. I'll find it somewhere else. Hold on. Yeah, they're called prorated. So I guess, yeah. Let me check. How's the sweet doggo doing? Hanging out with mama? No, actually, so mom is still away. She's still in Manila. So she went to Social Security yesterday with her sister. So yeah, you guys will get a kick out of this. So she went to Social Security with her sister, and she decided while she was there, while they waited all day there. So I guess they went in the morning. They went first thing in the morning. They told them they needed some more information. Her sister had to actually go deposit some money in the bank for some reason. Why a government entity cares if you have money in the bank, I have no idea. So they went and did that. My wife tried to open a bank account. They wouldn't let her, even though our nephew works for a bank here and told us exactly what we needed, which is not what the bank required. Again, my brother-in-law was with her. He actually asked them, is this really necessary? And they were like, yeah, you know. So she's actually going to have to go back because she needed her American passport, which we were told was not, you know, you can't open a bank account with an American passport. She needs her dual citizenship certificate, which I thought she had because I told her, well, I expected that would be around. But yeah, set this here. But yeah, so she tried to open the bank account, was unsuccessful. They went to Social Security. Social Security gave my sister-in-law the runaround. Also kind of gave my wife the runaround. So they left. They came back after lunch after my sister-in-law deposited some money. Why, I don't know. And did some more stuff. Still gave them the runaround. They actually have to go back to Social Security today in order to get some stuff done. And then they're going to try to go to Pagibig, which is kind of the house, you know, loan program. And that my wife, she had put some money in a long time ago, even though she didn't buy a house. And so yeah, so yeah, it's just kind of all that. But she's going to try to open a bank account here because, of course, her passport is here, which I didn't expect her to take her passport, but I did expect her to take her dual citizenship documents because I figured they would need that. That's a Filipino document. So we were told that they have to have a Filipino document, blah, 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 blah. And so, you know, kind of made sense. But yeah, so it was really weird because blockade runner. Dari. So I don't have a fit for the freaking prorater. I find the prorater more than anything. This is how stupid I am. Alright. Alright. So let's go here. I'm not going to be in the item hanger. Let's go to high slot module. Put on the covert ops. Let's go to regular modules and put on the micro warp drive, which I really need to save this one. Stack these. Really sad how difficult business bureaucracies are to deal with. Yeah, it's just, I mean, here, you know, you kind of expect that kind of runaround. I mean, it's just normal. And most of it's because they hope you'll pay them more to do it quicker. But I always tell them, no, we're not doing that. Yeah, but that's it. Do this, okay? Now do this, okay? Now do this, okay? Now, in a week, we'll give you what you need. Like, what? And so, yeah. And my wife always gets frustrated because she's like, you didn't tell me it was going to be a week. And so, well, and so that's when they kind of get you because they're like, okay, it's a week, but all right. So I need to afterburn or micro warp drive. MWD. So I don't remember MWD. Might help you spell it right. So is it 10? No, 10 is going to be the afterburner, right? 50. Okay. Thanks, Jerry Can. I always know you're watching out for me. I appreciate that. I got the cold gas. Yeah, I didn't stack these. Cold gas enduring. Cold gas enduring. Now that's a 500. That's why. Okay. I've only got one cold gas enduring. I don't know what I had as the second one. I don't really think I need anything, to be honest. I could probably put a tractor beam on here. Be kind of nice. Rigs. Where do I put my rigs? I think I put them in other. No. Maybe not. It'd be nice if it had rig in the name, but it never does. Oh, yep, they are. Yeah, so of course I don't have any built. Of course I don't. Why would I have a built? Because very rarely do I build a new one. So I have a can called rigs. I did have a can called rigs, and I needed to use it for something else because I didn't have any more cans. But now I bought a new can for my resources, so I could make a rig can. But let's see, cargo, expanded cargo hold, medium cargo hold optimization. That's what we're looking for. And I want the level 2, which I probably don't have the resources for. Let's go to resources. Oh, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. No, it's only 1. Really? It's only 1? Oh, that's weird. 4 million. That's not bad. Not around. 850,000. 7 of them. Yeah. And I'm not sure if that's a good price or not. Let's go to Jita. Let's go to Jita. All right. So this will still have pretty good, but we'll pick up those. So I have 11, so enough for that. I have 11, so not enough for that. So I need 5 more of those. And 12 of those. Okay, well, let's do that. We'll go ahead and build these guys so we have them. Yeah, I had a can called Rigs as well, and I'm gonna look at this because I have a spare can now. Yeah, so resources is I don't know why it doesn't tell me what kind of can it is. Station warehouse container. Okay. So, and then these I think were the giant. So I think other is a giant. Nope, still says station container. It's not a station warehouse container though. So yeah, so I think I use station containers for these guys. And this is a station warehouse container because the resource one was too big, and I think I built that one. So yeah, so let's do this. Let's assemble. Let's call it rigs. Set name. I'm like, okay, it's there, got to be there somewhere. All right. And then we'll go into other. And we'll pull the rigs out. That way, at least I can find them when I need them. Right, I probably should say rigs and drones. Let's do rigs and drones. Oh, what happened there? Some days I really don't know why it does crap. Rig, 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 rig. All right, so let's throw them in there. So yeah, we're gonna rename this one to call it rigs and drones. So Whiteherrin, what's up, buddy? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. I need to figure out how much station containers reprocess for. I'd like to buy stuff to break for minerals. So yeah, the station containers, they work really well for everything except for my resources. My resources, I had way too much stuff in there, and so yeah, I needed something bigger for them. So let's name this. So we're gonna call it rigs and drones. There we go. All right. So that'll solve that one, but we need to go to Jita. All right, so let's go to Jita. Set. We'll do the OCO thing when we get back. But yeah, the Whiteherrin, thanks for being here. Appreciate it. But yeah, I had one, and I think I had to break, since it was the one that I had the least amount of stuff in. I removed that, put it in other, and I think I used it as an overflow resource container until I got the station warehouse container for that. And I build the station warehouse containers. So yeah, so that was easier, because that's the other problem, is trying to move those containers around is always a pain in the rear end as well. So but yeah, so pretty much need a freighter to haul the containers, because even repackaged, they're still huge. So, which makes sense. It's a container. So, how do you repackage a container, right? So, looks like Jackson is gone. So, Jackson, if you're still on the stream, have a good sleep. Appreciate you, buddy. But, he's still there. Good. So, what is my carrying capacity without the rigs? Only 9. Yeah, so with the rigs, or with the level 1 rigs, I think I get, no, Lap's dying. Okay, cool. Laptop is dying. Got it.
Drive active.
You need to get a better battery for that thing, buddy. Wonder about putting a tractor beam on here. There's been a couple times where I wish I had a tractor beam on there so that I could pull something closer and loot it. But the tractor beam probably won't. It probably doesn't have the cap for it or the CPU for it. Oh, but I need to, once I get these rigs on here, I need to save this loadout. I think the other one I did is I also put on a damage control instead of the 4th expanded cargo hold. But when I get attacked in my pro raider, it's usually not a survival thing. So just moved to my SOE Arc clone ship. There you go. Yeah, I need to go do the SOE arc again. That's good points.
Warp drive active.
There was something else I was trying to build, and I needed materials for it, and for the life of me, I can't remember what it was. Damn it. I hate when I do that. Of course, I'm running the Cheetah. I could have brought one of the other Pro Raiders and sold it, like, now I'm a moron.
Warp drive active.
A real pro, self-esteem, yeah. A real pro could complete it in one stream session. Yeah, that'd be a long stream session. What is it, like 70 missions? I mean, some of them are pretty easy, but still, a lot of flying around. And you know me, you can't get me to shut up long enough to actually do something, so. I'm too busy talking and then not doing what I was supposed to do, so. Which is why I also forget, you know, what I was looking for. So Jerry Can says it's self-esteem, so he's probably right, but that was probably more behind the scenes. I still have my industry up. Let's see. Medium cargo hold optimization 2 blueprint. Okay. Nope. Crap. Yeah, I don't remember what it was. Let's look. So the only jobs we got: damage control, laser fire, covert ops. Yeah, I don't know. It's all good.
Warp drive active.
Too true. Too true. Yep. So here we are in Jita, so locals going wild as always, which is always a pain. Let's go ahead and find this thing again. So cargo. Oh, don't have any cargo jobs in my. I don't have any cargo jobs. I do have cargo blueprints. Oh, duh.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Oh, I said I needed 5 of these. 61. That's only 61,000. So let's buy a bunch of them. Buy 4 over average. Okay, so I need 5. So it needs 8 per. So I need 5 to complete the 2. And 16. So let's say 21. So let's say 29. Yeah, let's just say 30. Let's do 30. It's so cheap. All right. And then this one, these are a little more expensive. So, view market details. We need 6 per, so we need 12. %11 over. That hurts. So 12, 6 is 18, 6 is 24. So let's say 24. 20 million. Ouch. All right. And then this one, 5. We got enough for both, but we don't have enough for any more. So let's do 10 more. Let's see. View. And buy. Ew, I didn't check that one to see if they were actually in this station. Did I buy them in this station? Yeah, I did. Okay, cool. I just noticed that one had some that weren't in the station. Now let's see if we can figure out what that one was that we were looking at. So we were doing the crystals. We got those, the charges. Oh, I wanted to do the EM. See? EM shield hardener. That's what I wanted. Yeah, no, I want a hardener, not a reinforcer. There it is. EM shield hardener 2. We wanted to build these linear. That's what it was. 236 to build 10 of these. So, linear. Linear shield emitter. That's what we were missing right here. So let's buy 2,000 of these. That's what I usually expect. 0.51% over. That's what I usually expect. All right. See, some days it does pay to get out of bed. Now, the other one that I had, they were doing kinetic, I think. So 236 of those. So honestly, I probably should have done more. So let's go back to the linear. We're gonna need some superconductors, but I can make those. So if we double this and say, let's just say 500. We're still good here. So we bought 2,000s. Let's buy another 2,000. There we go. All right. That'll get us going where we need to go. All right. Now, a smart person would have actually brought one of the Pro Raiders that I built for sale and sold it. But, you know, I'm not very smart. So, all right. Item hanger. We got these guys. So there's a station container that I have here, but that was the one I was storing stuff that I bring to deliver to people. So, oh, come on. Oh, the heavy water. Yeah, that's fine. I didn't expect that to actually work. All right. I just bring that back for any extra space I have. So, all right. So let's set our destination to Venelin. We can find it on the list. There it is. The dock. Can you make bread bringing those just to the 5 jumps? Oh, yeah. Actually, it's 7 jumps, but yeah. No, I built them. I build them, so yeah. So it's all profit. So I brought a badger from the starter system just for that. Yeah. No, I fly them one at a time. So I'll fly it and then repackage it, sell it, and then fly back because I always have ships here in Jita that I need to pick up that I won from a Narcos or somebody else, and so yeah. So then I just fly those ships back. But that's how I'll do it. So yeah, I gave one to you, so I have 3 to sell, which should make back all the money I bought in all the money I used when I bought the supplies to build all the Helioses and to build all the Pro Raiders. And so yeah, so I built 4 Pro Raiders, I think 3 Helioses, and I think that cost me 500 million for the supplies. And I'll make that back selling the 3 Pro Raiders. So yeah, so not counting the the Helioses. So I think I still have 2 Helioses I can sell as well. Now the Helioses don't make as much, but I usually make a real good profit on the Pro Raiders. So no, because they're tier 2s, they have components, so they need moon materials. And so I don't mine the moon materials yet. So yeah, so I have to buy those. So the synrelatic fibers that I just bought is one of those. Yeah, silramic fibers is one of those. The crystal carbonide. I think there's another one called something else, but yeah, there's a bunch of moon materials that. And the other problem with the moon materials is even if you mine the moon materials, you have to have a station that you can process them into what you need. And I haven't found one of those stations yet. I'm sure there's probably one here somewhere, but it requires a special. They call it a reaction, and that's what actually makes those materials. So if you look here. If I look at the synrelatic fibers, go info, and go to industry, here's the reaction formula. So in order to do the reaction formula, you have to have a special station that can do this. And I don't believe they're in high sec. So yeah, it takes ceramic powder, hexite, and a helium fuel block. And it makes these synrelatic fibers. So you'll get 6,000 of them from one reaction, which is great. But this takes a special, this takes a special station to be able to do the reactions. And honestly, I haven't found one yet. Now, like I said, I think they're probably in low sec and null sec. And so that's probably why I haven't found them, because I really don't look for them there. But I haven't done enough research on those to know. So if I started mining moon materials, then I would look into that. The reaction formulas are just another type of blueprint, but because it does require a special station, I just never bothered, so I buy those. And then that way also the people that have those stations and those formulas can make some money too. So yeah, I could cut my cost even more if I went to that level. But then that's making the components of the components to make the ship. So then I actually have 3 levels. So yeah, so now I only have 2 levels. I make the components of the ship, and then I build the ship from all the components. Where if I had to do the next level, I'd also have to make the materials of the components, which wouldn't be a big deal. It's just more planning. But yeah, it requires moon mining, which I have not gotten into yet, and it requires reactions, which, like I said, they take a special station, which I have not figured out yet. So, and like I said, I'm not even sure if that can be done in high sec or not. So, but that's one of those that if I ever get into moon mining, I figured I'd check into it, because then I would have the materials to do the reactions. Right now, I don't have the material. But if I did, I guess if I did have the station, we could, I could buy the moon materials instead of buying the ingredients. I could buy the ingredients instead of buying the actual, I don't know what you'd call it. Because the components take materials. But yeah, I believe I've seen high-sec moon mining stations was offered to join a troop once. Yep. Yeah, and there are some of those in high-sec for mining. And I don't know if the station is what will also do the reactions. But that's one that's kind of would be interesting to research. It's one of those things that's getting even deeper in the industry, and so it's kind of like, yeah. So yeah, so that's why I haven't got to it yet. It's kind of one of those super advanced topics. So, but I did just discover in Hogamo
Active.
that there is a research station that was not there before, and so I think I'm doing my research in a player-controlled station that's in OCO, which is like 4-5 jumps away. So I'm thinking I'm going to move my stuff over because it looks like it gives a better percentage increase. It gives a full percent, full 1%, versus the one I'm using now gives 0.25%. So yeah, so that probably is going to save me a ton. So, a ton of time, a ton of everything else. So, but yeah, we'll get this stuff in here. All right, so these are all resources, so drop those guys in there. Bingo bongo. And then we'll go to this, which always cracks me up. I'm going to actually delete it and then search again to get it to refresh, because it won't do it. Actually, and it still won't do it. I have to click on a different blueprint and then search and then click on it to get it to refresh. There should be like a refresh button here somewhere, but there is not. So yeah, so I've got this set for 500, so I'm going to go ahead and start those. That's a 10-hour process. Then I'm going to back this up. Right. Okay, and then I want to build this one. So this is medium, medium. All right, so yeah, so there's one. Start him. And this guy, start him. Do I got enough? Yep, just enough. That's what I call working a system. So yeah, so those guys will take 4-5 hours. So a little longer than our stream. But yeah, they'll be done here when I get back. So here I'm making 20 covert ops, which I can sell. That will gross me 150 million, probably. These linears will let me make those shield ones. These are to go back to, oh, excuse me, a Ufine. No. So let's take, yeah, I believe I've seen high sync movement. I need to cut out for now, though. The industry stuff is very interesting. Yep. That's one thing that's kind of what I started with, so I understand. Agreed to try bristles with a friend before crashing for tonight. All right. Have fun with the abyssals. They're very profitable. So yeah, so always a good idea. So, all right. So I am going to, I can't remember what I called them. It really bugs me. You know what? I was going to check Kragan. I don't have Kragan on. Because we got disconnected, I didn't log Kragan back on. So for some reason, my the launch page is not responding. The last time I killed it, it actually shut down Eve. Glad it didn't do that this time. I think if I tell it stop, it will. So it won't let me restart it. Let's figure this out. So it actually points to something. Yeah, I think if I say stop, let me try that. Maybe that's what I did. All right, we're going to try. Good luck. Have fun. Yep, we will see. Yeah, so they say they're profitable, so. All right, so it did shut down. It shut down my client when I told it to stop. So all I wanted to do was restart the launch page, but, you know. But what else is new? Gotta love this. Legomaniax, what's up, buddy? Yeah, sometimes when my client crashes, it causes Eve to act, or the launcher to act weird, which is weird. I don't know why it affects the launcher at all. So, and I did connect okay. Well, that's weird. Why is Craig in there? So now it's starting the wrong one. No. No, I for some reason the stream continued on and the stream was fine, but I had a problem with Eve. Eve disconnected, and so I just reconnected my main to make sure I had enough, bandwidth to go on. But then when now I just realized that my secondary wasn't there, so I went to reconnect him, and the launcher would not respond. No matter where I clicked, it didn't do anything. So yeah, kind of a pain. But now it's also starting them on the wrong character, so which is a real pain. So if I do properties, specific window is supposed to be Falstaff Finder, so not sure why it's selecting the other one. Okay. Still not right. So let's see if we can fix this. And it's done this before as well, but come on, properties. God, I tell you, some days it's a wonder I can even get out of frickin' bed. There we go. All right, so now I switched it. And I'm going to switch it back. It should fix it. There we go. All right, so now you're looking at Falstaff. All right. And Kragen's on the other one. All right, I turned off the start to character option. It just launches the client to the character screen. Select. Yeah, see, I have two. I multi-box, so I kind of have to have it where. And yeah, so mine just sits there. That's what mine does. But that was what happened when I went back to it to launch my secondary. He wasn't there. So yeah, so it was kind of frustrating. So. Or it wouldn't respond. It wouldn't let me do nothing. So before I do anything, I'm going to board my Mackerel here and put these mobile tractor units in here, because otherwise I will forget them. Oh, there's a whole bunch of stuff here. So I never cleaned out my Mackerel? What the hell, man? I tell you, such an amateur. Okay, stop. So yeah, so they actually are back to working next door now. Or across the street. Say next door. So the rain stopped. It was just a little, hey, how you doing today? These are high. I leave the EM shield. These are high modules. These, actually, that goes in the item. Yeah, because I reprocessed those. Those are worth a lot of money. And yeah, so I'll leave the EM one on here. And so yeah, so depleted uranium is very low, so we should probably build some of those. So let's do that. Actually, let's check and see if we have any first. Heaven forbid. I think we do. stack. If I had a nickel, every time I built something that I already had. Depleted uranium. Yep, there's 5,000. So let's throw those in here. And then we'll also build some. So we have more. Oh, there's not in jobs, for Christ's sake. You got to look at where you're at, dingbat. All right, jeez. All right, so there's 10,000. Resources, ammo. There you go, 17 hours to build 10,000. That's all right. Then we'll have it. Oh, I'm already at 10 jobs. So yeah, so we knew that because we had just saw that. So yeah, so anyway, so let's jump back to, now the question is, who do I want to take? So the whole reason I wanted to look at Kragan, yeah, I use the launch option, launches 4 clients. Yep. And that's what I do. Yeah, so when I bring up the launcher, yeah, it lets me launch both, so, but only to the character select, then I click which character. Yep, that's what I do as well, so. Oh, so no. Oh, I got it. So you launch it, and then you select the character in Eve after it launches. Okay, well, that's pretty good. And I click which character I'm playing. I have a 4 group for Empire and 4 group for Null. Okay, well, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah, see, I don't do that one. Let's see what Zippy Hall has on it. The reason I wanted to open Kragan is because I wanted to see low friction nozzle joints. There's a cargo hold optimization too. He's only got one of them. Yeah, cold gas enduring micro warp drive. Small shield extender. So shield extender probably wouldn't be a bad idea. But small, this is a medium ship. So that really doesn't seem like that's a good idea. But yeah, and I don't like the nozzle joint. I don't know even what that does. Increase the ship's agility, defensive armor. That might. That might work. Yeah, I guess that might make sense. Make it more agile. It's already a pretty agile ship, but that might be why that one is. But the reason I wanted to look at Kragan is because I always name my prorater something. And I just gave the one that I had named to Blue Gray because I knew I had built some for him and I don't have any others that I have named the same way. So, but I'm pretty sure Kragan will have, since I always name them the same. So, and he doesn't. Why doesn't he? He should have at least one. He has no prorater? That's not right. I'll be damned. Well, that's not good at all. Yeah, he has to have a prorater. We gotta fix that. So yeah, so I guess I'm only gonna sell 2 prorators. Okie dokie. So yeah, so then Rage will have one, but yeah, I'm not gonna log on him to find that out. That's a pain in the butt. Okay, so back to Falstaff. So anyway, I'm gonna take this, since that still needs to be fitted. I'm gonna take this rock hopper back. Actually, let me check the gate camp situation, because who knows? Maybe the gate camp situation is a problem now. Yeah, looks like there was a kill in Civila at the Udema gate. Imagine that. What if I go shortest? Still takes me through silver. Why would that take me through silver? Let's see. How long ago was it? Come on. $1:56. So yeah, it was almost an hour ago. We should be fine. All right, cool. All right, so let's go. So, do I have anything to take back? There's asteroid crystals. No. I don't think they're called mining. I think it's called field. So yes, it doesn't look like I have. Should reprocess some of this crap. Carbonized lead. Core scanners. All right. I'm sure as soon as I get back there, I'm going to remember that there was something I wanted to take. So, yeah, you're going to love the highlights from this game when it's over. Cool. I think I asked, but you have any Megatron BPO? Yes, I do. Yep. Any chance you have a Chronos copy made up you'd be interested in trading for a Golem? Any chance you have a Chronos copy made up you'd be interested in trading for a Golem? I do not. And it's not that I wouldn't trade it. I don't have the Chronos. My Megathron, I think, is a BPC, so I haven't invented off of it. But let me check. Because I could be wrong. Most of the battleships, I did not buy the BPOs. And actually, yes, it is a BPC. And so, yeah, so I didn't buy the BPOs because they were just so damn expensive and I wasn't expecting to make them. But I do have a Golem BPC. Yeah, I have a Golem Blueprint, which is also a one-run BPC. And, but I don't think I have the Chronos. Yeah, I don't have the Chronos. But what I normally do is I'll just buy, since I'm not going to build, I usually only build those for myself. So, but, and I have the Raven as well. And I thought I bought one of them as a BPO, and that's why I didn't buy the other. So the Raven's a 10-run BPC. And so, yeah, so I've got that one. I definitely don't need the 10 runs, but I do need the runs for the Golem. So the Golem requires a Raven. So, but the Chronos is not one I had looked into, but that is one that I am interested in. So, but yeah, I get them off of contracts. And so I'll go out here and do a contract search. And this is always such a pain. So I'll do Chronos here. Yeah, Forge is fine. Want to sell, Blueprint copy, public, and I thought there was another thing here too. Where you search for something else. Yeah. So then here, so here's 21 million. For a one run. So that's probably what I would do, is I would buy that. Actually, that's a 4 run. So yeah, that's really good for a 4 run. And so, and then what I do is I would build the 4, and yeah, it looks like they're all 4 runs. They're all about the same, 21 million for 4 runs. So yeah, so then I would build the 1 for myself and sell the other 3 probably. So what originals do you have then? So I don't believe I have any original battleships. And that's the one thing I don't like. Maybe I can do it this way. Yeah, so all of the ones that I have are copies for battleships. But I have a bunch. So I have the Typhoon, Scorpion. Those are 10 run. Raven's a 10 run. The Rock was a 10 run. I think I built one. Nestor is a 1 run. Megathron is, I've got 4 left. Hyperion, I've got 4 left. Dom, I've got 9. Was a 10 run. Abaddon, I've got 10. So yeah. So, but they're all BPCs. So the BPOs that I do are the lower level. So if I go back here and do cruiser, there's a Gila, which I want to build. So I've got a Vexor original, and then a whole bunch of copies because I've been inventing off of it. But that's it. The Vexor is the only cruiser that I have that's original. And then if we go down, I guess, to the frigates. Destroyer, I got the Catalyst. Frigate. Yeah, Frigate, I've got a few. Imicus is an original. Venture is an original. That's it. Blockade Runners, definitely. That's a tier 2, so that's not going to be. Combat Battle Cruiser. I've got the Merm and the Hurricane, but they're BPCs. I wonder if is there a way for me to look at only originals? No. Originals. There you go. Yeah. So most of my originals are modules. Modules or components. There's a Catalyst, which we saw earlier. That's a destroyer. Yeah, they're all modules. So yeah, so most of my originals are modules. There's an Imicus, that's a frigate. I might be able to do this with ship, right? Yeah. So yeah, so here's my original. So a Mars shuttle. I don't even know why. Catalyst, Imicus, Miasmos I have as original. Sigil is an original. That's what I developed a prorator off of. The Venture, which I've developed the Expedition and the other one. And then the Vexor. Those are the only ones. So yeah. So yeah, that's an expensive one. So yeah, so I have the Raven. I have a 10 copy of the Raven, so I don't need it. I've been working on getting all the BPOs, but only the Raven for BS size. Yep. Might go for the Megathron next, but I have to wait until next year after I renew my subs. Yep. Also, I got the new haulers too. Yeah, so the haulers are ones that I wanted to look at as well, because they're ones I think that are probably better sellers. But like the Sigil is what I developed a prorator off of. And the Imicus is what I developed the Helios off of. Those are the ones that I build the most. The Miasmos I also got. And I think I invented the ones off of it, which were the Cryos and the other one. But yeah. And so, yeah, so from those perspectives, yeah, I've done those, but And yeah, these are the only ones. My ship ones are the only ones that aren't at 10 material. So I can send you a couple copies. Yeah, appreciate that. Appreciate that. Yeah. So yeah, just let me know. I want to pay you for what they're worth. So yeah, but the hauler and the freighters are ones that, yeah, I was kind of interested in as well. But those BPOs are so expensive. And so, but yeah, if you start selling the BPCs, then that kind of pays off. And so, but yeah, so those are the only ones. So yeah. Now if I look at, yeah, so drones, I've got all the drones as BPOs because I wanted to make sure to make those tier 2s of those. Commodities, I don't really count those commodities. I count them as components, but yes, I've got a lot of the what they call commodity ones. And this one here, I mean, these two here, this auto integrity one was like 75 million by itself. And then the other one for the battle life support backup, that was another 75 million. So yeah, those were outrageous. And then the other one is actually 150 million. I didn't buy it. But yeah, and then charges, I think I have all the charges and the bullets. I think I have most of those as BPOs so that I can build those. I don't really know that I've actually invented any of those though. Yeah, so that's it. Cool, cool, cool. I didn't realize I could actually do that. So, FBI, open up! Zai, thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate you. Thanks for the raid. Oh no, the swatting. So yeah, so all right, so we were gonna head back. Let's actually check the thing again. Probably expired now. Nope. Oh yeah, a couple more minutes. All right. So welcome Raiders, appreciate you guys. Thanks for being here. Any friend of Size is a friend of mine. So if you guys aren't following Size, please give them a follow. I'm gonna take this ship back to our mining area, and then I'll probably clone jump back. So, but artemiyNY, New York, good to see ya. Or NY, maybe not New York. I was assuming it was New York, so sorry about that. Typical American, assume it has to mean something else. Though I say American, but I'm living in the Philippines now, so, but I guess technically I'm still American. So, yep, New York for sure. Okay. But yes, so yeah, I'm originally from Kansas City, been living here in the Philippines now for a little over a month. My wife is from the Philippines. We just celebrated our 18-year wedding anniversary last weekend. And so, yes, I retired on April 5th after just short of 25 years with my company. And I retired early at 57. Moved to the Philippines. We're building a house here. So, yeah, thank you. It's, well, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. It's hot, which I'm not a big fan of the heat. But I'm working that out. Got to get used to it one way or the other. But yeah, we're going to build a house. We're getting ready to start building our house here hopefully in the next couple months. And that should be pretty good. So that way we can kind of have things the way we want. Right now we're renting. So I have crappy internet and, you know, can't really do much to the place. It's got not built very well. So it's kind of good because it's showing me what to make sure to look for when we build our house, what to make sure they don't do. So, you know, but yeah, so it's been good, but we're living just south of Manila in the province of Batangas. So we're living the province life. So Only time I leave the house most days is to walk the dog, who we also brought from America. So, licensed architect in New York. Cool. What our house is made of there? It's all concrete and rebar. And so, yeah. So one of the things we looked at is they have a new concept here called SRC, which is styrofoam reinforced concrete. So yeah, the concrete ones have zero insulation. So, but the styrofoam reinforced concrete have very good insulation. Keep the air conditioning in. So most Filipinos don't have air conditioning, so they don't care. They leave the windows open 24/7, and so no real reason to have insulation. So yeah, so yes, they are. Yeah, they're styrofoam with meshing, a metal mesh over top, both sides, and then what they do is they put the concrete on top after they put the styrofoam panels up. And so yeah, so it's kind of interesting, but there are very few people here that do that, and so. And since we're in the province, it hasn't quite gotten out here yet. So we're not sure if we're going to be able to get that or not. I just sent an email to a contractor yesterday that is a very big contractor here that that might be able to do it. I'm hoping that they're going to probably be more expensive than I want to pay, but yeah, they use it. No, they actually come in pre-made panels. And so, yeah, the panels they have a set size. And of course, the house is never that size, but those block houses are really cool. Yeah. So they use styrofoam as a formwork. Yeah. Stacked like Legos. Yep. Yeah. So normally they do hollow block is what they do. And then they layer concrete on the outside of the hollow block, and they put rebar down the center of the hollow block. And so that's the normal method, and then they render it with concrete, and then they'll also skim coat on top of that, and then you can paint on top of the skim coat. But yeah, with the styrofoam ones, they say it actually saves money because it saves labor. So the styrofoam, you get the styrofoam panels that already have the metal meshing on them, and you cut them to size and you put them up, and cut out your windows and all that kind of stuff, and then you render the concrete on both sides, which is what they would do on the hollow block. So they would put the hollow block up, and they would mesh the hollow block, and then they would render on top of it as well. So it's just a huge amount of concrete. And so these ones, they say it's great for insulation, but unfortunately it is a semi-new concept, so there's not a lot of people here, not a lot of contractors here that do it. And so yeah, the one I just reached out to yesterday that my wife is really wanting, I'm not sure I want them, because I'm sure they're going to be more expensive than I want to spend. But they build all over the Philippines, everywhere. And so very big company. They have their own equipment, which would speed things up. And so from that perspective, it looks like they probably are going to be a better choice. But if they do the styrofoam reinforced concrete, that'll probably be the deciding factor. And so the problem is the panels are all the way in the north. So in order for us to ship the panels, that would be a pretty huge expense. But I just watched a guy the other day, a vlogger, and he had actually made his own. So he got the styrofoam and set up the house with the styrofoam, cut out the windows, cut out the doors, did everything, and then he put the mesh on and kind of wired it in, and then they rendered it with the concrete after that. And so he actually was able to reuse a lot of styrofoam rather than use the pre-made panels. He was able to do a lot of stuff, and so it kind of worked out for him. But he was also his own general contractor, which I'm not going to do. That's not my forte. So I worked for a bank for 25 years, so All I know how to do is spend the money. So, but yeah. But yeah, the hollow blocks are like you said, Legomaniacs. They're like the Legos. So yeah, and so yeah, they do those and they try to like bricks is what it is. So yeah, you got lots of time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think I want that one. I thought about it, but yeah, but going through Gankland, woo, yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, they actually had a kill here earlier, but it was about an hour ago, so I figured I'll be okay. So, plus my ship is empty, so probably not. Most of them don't bother you if you're empty. Somehow they know. So, but yeah, so yeah, we're looking forward to that. Like I said, I just emailed him yesterday evening. Haven't got a response from him yet. We had an architect here in the Philippines design our house. And so we have all the blueprints, all the documents needed for all the permits here. We've got everything we need. We just got to find a contractor that I'm satisfied with. Um, they got a lot of scams going on here in the Philippines as well, so you got to be careful with that. So they ask you for 50% up front, and then you never see them again and stuff like that. So we've talked to one guy, and his payment plan is very good. It's by week. You just pay him by week, nothing up front, just 1 week, which is very good for us. Unfortunately, he also said he'd be done the house in 3 months. So yeah, and that's the way I'm expecting is per stage. And so, but yeah, he does not have his own equipment, so we would have to pay for the rental of the equipment and all that. So that would be an extra, kind of charge. So yeah, that's why I reached out to this other one. We want to try and get 3 kind of estimates. So yeah, so 10% is not bad, and I could live with that. But yeah, here for the ones that do by stage, they usually ask for about 30% up front, which is where you get a little leery because 30% is quite a bit. And so, yeah, if they take off on you, then you're SOL. But so this guy, like I said, he was exact opposite. He said, no, I don't want anything up front except 1 week. And you pay every week. Every week we'll figure out the estimate of what we need for next week and we'll do it that way. So I don't know if that's going to get into problems with logistics where they need to order stuff more than a week in advance, but yeah, that was definitely the most lucrative for us that I found, and that's why I said, how does he get paid if all we do is pay for materials and labor every week? And he said, okay, well, I'll give you an estimate of what the total cost will be, and then at the end we figure out how much you paid versus what my estimate was, and whatever the difference is, you pay me, that's my profit. And I said, oh, so if we're over, you don't get paid? And he said, yeah. And I said, okay. I said, yeah, I had a client who GC, general contractor, did that. I felt so bad for her. I even knew the contractor from old boss, felt shitty. Yeah. And that's the thing. You just got to be careful yourself. That's your responsibility as the client to kind of, evaluate that. But they've had a lot of people here, a lot of expats here that have gotten scammed, some by other expats, so which is kind of bad. But yes, and so yeah, it's one of those. So yeah, so I need to see what this other one's got to do. But yeah, one of them was an expat, and he scammed like 50 people. I mean, they trusted him because he was an expat. He scammed 50 people, and like here it's weird. Even though you have a contract, there's no really legal ramifications if you don't follow it, and so there's really nothing an American can do to emphasize it for a Filipino. And so in this case, it was also another American. He knew there was nothing they could do. The court system here is 50 years behind America. And so yeah, they don't do stuff along those lines. So yeah, so even though you have a contract, there's really no way for you to enforce it. So you pretty much got to watch out for yourself. And so So yeah, the guy that told us, I think we met with him last week. He said, you know, you would pay him weekly, which I thought, okay. Other than logistics, I think that's probably the most lucrative for us. But yeah, if it takes 2 weeks to get some supplies, then that's going to be a problem. So, but yeah, for that, that would definitely be us. Probably with some kind of lawyer too. Yeah, I find them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's the other thing. They always want you to have a lawyer here, but if they don't, if they don't follow the contract, the lawyer can't really do anything. So I'm like, so I need to pay another guy who really doesn't do anything, and so. But yeah, there's certain things you can do to protect yourself. So yeah, so like our title right now is not in my wife's name. Right, right, right. So the title's not my wife's name. It's actually in the brother of my brother-in-law's name, and so and I don't know why. It's we paid to have it switched to our name, but they actually moved it to his name. And I guess their explanation makes sense is because with us not being in country, we just got in country a month ago. They moved it, you know, last year, and so with us not being in country, it's very difficult to get it in our name. We have two properties. We have another property that we bought 10 plus years ago, and it took us 5 years to get the title into our name while we were in America. It was just a nightmare. And so based on that, you know, he said, "Hey, it's really difficult for us to get it in your name." So he moved it to his name because it was on a mother title. So he got it off the mother title, got our specific lot in his name, and so moving it to us should be fairly simple. But and it is. It's just, you know, it's just of course there's another payment. So it's like, okay, no big deal. So they're working on that now. But they keep telling us, "Hey, you can build on it even though it's not in your name." And I'm like, "Yeah, but, you know." And they're like, "Well, you know, you have a bill of sale which has been registered with, you know, the town, the barangay." And they said because of that, you know, you're legal. And so I'm like, okay, well, we need to hire a lawyer to check out that it actually has been registered with the barangay to make sure it is legal because you're telling me it has and has a stamp on it, you know. I said, but those can be forged. And so, yeah, so me and my sister inherited property in Panama from our late mother. Selling that was sketchy, but likely it was all good in the end. So that's good. Yeah, my brother's been actually thinking about moving to Panama because he can own land there. And so that's one of the reasons he was looking at it was because he could actually own land there, and that's what he was looking for. But where here in the Philippines, I can't own anything. My wife is American citizen, but she also has dual citizenship here in the Philippines, so she can own the land. So everything's in her name. Like I said, we've been married 18 years, so I'm not too worried about anything going wrong there. She'd have been gone long before now if that was the case. But and all the money to build the house is coming from my 401k. So yeah, so but yeah, it's interesting the way they do things here. It's like I said, they're about 50 years behind America in a lot of things. Infrastructure. So we were talking earlier in the stream that we just had a large rain last night. It actually rained again this morning for a little bit. But we're coming into the rainy season here in the Philippines, and the infrastructure here has not really been done in the way that it's done in America, and so can't get to it. No, actually, so that's one of the catches. If you're born in America, you can't get dual citizenship anywhere. So, and let me say that with a caveat. If they're allied to America, then they will notify America, and America will revoke your citizenship. So the Philippines is a perfect example. Philippines is very closely allied to America. If I become a citizen here, which I can, it takes about 5 years, but I could become a citizen here. As soon as I become a citizen here, they are required to notify America. And when they notify America, America will revoke my citizenship. And when they revoke my citizenship, that takes my Social Security, that takes my Medicare, that takes everything. Now, I'm not planning on using Medicare. I will be using Social Security when I get to that age. But, I paid into it for, 45 years. I don't want to lose it. And so from that perspective, it was kind of a good one. There have been several, I don't want to say several, there have been a few people here in the Philippines that have done that, and it backfired. And so if you went to a country that's not closely allied to America and became a citizen, you might be able to get away with it because they wouldn't notify America. And so, but yeah, my wife is actually sponsoring me for permanent residency here, which gives me the ability to live here forever without having to renew my visa every. If you come as a tourist visa, you have to renew your visa every month, which you have to go to the embassy in Manila or Cebu. They only have two here, and which is not, that's a 2.5 hour drive away, and it's an all day affair. You're there all day to get a stamp on your visa, and you got to come back and do it every month. In our case, since I'm married to her, there is a thing called a balik bayan visa, where as long as we have our marriage certificate when we enter the country and we enter together, they will give me a year visa. And so that's what we got when we came in this time. So I have a year visa now. I don't have to go to the embassy for a year. Normally, the permanent residency takes about 8 months. So our plan is to register for it and see if we can get it. So thanks, Dark Slider. I'm looking forward to seeing them. Yeah, that one, I figure it's going to be a nice one. So I was born in Ukraine, but now U.S. citizen. I told I may still be. Yes. So what she did, so what she did, so when she became a U.S. citizen, her Filipino citizen was revoked, but for a small fee and going to the Philippine embassy, she was able to get it reinstated. And so I think it's just a catch where, hey, we want to charge you since you're an American now and make some money off of you. So that was how she was able to get her dual citizen, because the Philippines said they would never turn their back on her. But I think part of the U.S. citizenship oath is that you will forsake your homeland. And so by that, I guess it negates any oath you made to the Philippines by being born there. And so, but like I said, we went to Chicago. There's a Philippine embassy in Chicago. We lived in Kansas City. And so we drove up to Chicago, spent the weekend in Chicago, and I think Monday morning went to the Philippine embassy with the paperwork, and they stamped it, and, for a $50 charge, she was a citizen again, and, it was all good. So it wasn't a big deal, but yeah, exactly. That's what it is. Here in the Philippines, it's all about money, and so especially if you're American, they call it a skin tax. If your skin's lighter than the average person, then everything costs more. And so yeah, we have a few funny stories about that, but yeah, it's been an interesting situation. So, but yeah, I'm interested to hear from this contractor I reached out to yesterday, just to see, what kind of thing they're going to do for us and what's available. Because if they can do the SRC, that would be a huge benefit. Now, the one funny thing about it is we have a hollow block manufacturer that is 2 lots away from us. So our lot is here, and so then we have a lot between us. So here, and then the hollow block manufacturer is right here. So we literally have a hollow block manufacturer within meters of our property. So 0 delivery charge, which is huge. I mean. And my brother-in-law lives in the same area where our lot is, and so he's already talked to them, and they're like, yeah, we can provide whatever you need. 100,000 hollow block, not a problem. We also have backups where we can get from other places, because their hollow block manufacturing here is really just a house that they make these hollow blocks. So, but that's the thing, is if we go with the with the styrofoam reinforced, concrete, the SRC, they don't use any hollow block. And so we would use hollow block in the wall that surrounds our property, but other than that, we wouldn't use any hollow block. And so it's kind of like, yeah, that would kind of defeat the whole zero delivery, So, and now we didn't move there because we had a hollow block place super close, but yeah, Masterpierround, good to see you. Thanks for being here. So yeah, they use meters. Yep. Yeah, they use meters, so that's been a big problem for me. Is kind of meters and centimeters is the translation. Yeah, I have a big problem with that. So yeah, our house is 170. The design is 170.7 square meters, which I have no idea how many square feet that comes out to. But yeah, so yeah, 1 to 10 conversion. Okay, so yeah, so about 1,700 square feet then. So nice, very nice design. Big open floor plan. Living room, dining room, kitchen is all open with vaulted ceiling. And then behind the kitchen is the master suite that has my office, the master bedroom, walk-in closet, master bath. And behind the living room on the other end of the house has the guest suite, which has 2 guest bedrooms and a guest bathroom. And so, yeah, and then we have a big pool out and back. And then, of course, a wall around the place. So, yeah, so we're really excited to kind of get started. But people complain about the U.S., but Britain is way worse. They switch between imperial metrics seemingly at random. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, at least we stick to our guns. But we're the only place in the world that still uses the imperial system. So, yeah, it's kind of weird. So, sounds like a ranch. Yep. So yeah, all one story. Yeah, they don't do basements here because there's a lot of flooding, and so because of the rainy season, so they don't do basements. I asked about that because I'd like to have a basement because it would be cooler. But yeah, they don't do basements. Plus, it's a lot of digging, and so. But I thought, well, it'd be nice to have it. So, but ours is actually a little elevated in order to try and stay away from the whole flooding problem. So. Yeah, here when it rains, it rains. So last night we probably got, I don't know. I mean, we probably got over a foot of rain. It was coming down for hours. Knocked the electric out. Yeah, so it was pretty bad. Yeah, so that they do a lot of 2 stories and a lot of 3 stories. We didn't want a 2-story because, we're getting older. And so I don't want to do the steps. This rental place has steps, and they're really steep. And so, yeah, it's really taking a toll on my knees. So we wanted ours to be all one level. But yeah, it was last night. And it's actually been raining here every night. But last night, I mean, it was coming down. It was running down the street, ankle high. And so, and like I said, once it stopped raining, it all drained off, and it was great because we're not in a low section. But while it was raining, I mean, yeah, I've got a little dachshund, and yeah, we couldn't be outside. She would have washed right away, and so. But yeah, so yeah, probably more like Florida. Yep, where they just they do wells here, so we're gonna dig a well, and so. I had an aging client. They wanted 1 story, but could do 2-story, but didn't want to have the stairs. Yeah, that's what we decided is we didn't want the stairs. We just wanted to be kind of all one level. Now, like I said, I think there's a couple steps that lead up to the house so that the house is a little elevated to keep the having to worry about the flooding. And then, of course, there's a couple steps down to the pool deck, and then the pool is in the back. So, but yeah, it's a really nice design. Really pleased with the design. So, yeah, that was our thought. And so, if we ever got to that point, but yeah, we're both, knock on wood, we're both very healthy. We don't have any maintenance. We don't take any medications. So we actually got out while the getting was good when we were still young enough to enjoy our retirement. So that was good. So yeah. So we've had a lot of the vloggers that we watched before we came were guys that came from the Philippines, single guys or from America came to the Philippines, they were able to get off all their high blood pressure medicine, all their cholesterol medicine, you know, because just everything is so much fresher here, so much better, so much less stress. Here, here the Filipinos don't get stressed about anything. They just, yeah. Perfect example was our electric meter burned out. And so it's funny because in America, if your electric meter burns out, your electric shuts off, you know. So you get it fixed right away. Here, our electric meter burned out. We have no idea when it burned out, but we got electric free for the whole month because it burned out by the time they came and checked it to read the meter. It was burned out. They didn't even tell us it was burned out. It wasn't until we went and asked and said, hey, we didn't get our bill. They're like, yeah, your meter's burned out. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, yeah, you need to get a new meter. I'm like, okay, how do we go about that? You know? And so yeah, it was really funny because they lost a ton of money because we were burning the air conditioning 24/7. And yeah, and so we've got air conditioning here in my office and then the air conditioning in our bedroom. And so we were burning 24/7 and yeah, they didn't get anything for the month of April. And so yeah, I was like, I feel bad, but kind of like, yeah, I'm sure that happened once in America, and then they were like, yeah, we need to change the way we do things so that this doesn't happen more often. But yeah, the electric here is also really dirty, which I had never heard of before. But I guess they don't. It fluctuates in amperage, voltage. Maybe it's voltage. It fluctuates a lot. So they usually do 220 here, but it fluctuates to, you know, all over the place. And so in the US, they would fine you for freeloading and make you pay. Yep, yep, yep. And yeah, so it's kind of interesting because it's like, sorry, ads are on. I'll wait till after the ads. All right. Let's jump back to Ventolin. Jump, 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 jump. $18 before I can jump again. No worries. Okay. So we're actually gonna, yeah, we're gonna wait to fly that one, but let's fly one of these. Let's assemble one. Let's fly it to Jita and see what the going price is. We'll go ahead and sell it off. Actually, hold on. I think I have some Helioses as well, so I'm going to see if I can fit one of those in here without any buffs, and then I can kill two birds with one stone. So, yep, there are Helioses. So, let's see. I think I can fit one Helios in here. Yep. Awesome. So I'll take this. I'll sell them both. All right, welcome back from the ads. So, but yeah, Artemy, it would, yeah, they would have a fit if you were freeloading on electric in America. So I was shocked. I was like, you're like, yeah, we can't charge you because we don't know what you used. And I'm like, because I guess the month before, so we got here in April. So we've been renting the place since February. So we rented the place early so we could get the air conditionings installed, so we could get internet installed. So February was 50 pesos for the electric, which is like $1. And March was 450 pesos, which is less than $10. So then April would have been, we came in, I think, April 11th. And so April would have really been where they would have made the money because from the day we got here till now, we've been running the air conditioning 24/7, three. And so yeah, so I was actually anxious to see what it was going to be so we could estimate from there. Saying, okay, are we going to need to start curbing our air conditioning because I really don't need to run it 24 hours, but if it doesn't cost that much, then why not, right? And so because that way when the electric does cut off, at least the room stays cool for a half hour or so, and most times the electric comes back on in that amount of time. So but the house, yeah, when we build the house, we're actually going to build all solar. It's going to be solar powered. And so because the province, so we're in Batangas, which is the province. Right now we're living in San Juan Batangas, which is more of a larger town, kind of, I guess you'd call it a city in American terms, where the place where our lot is in Imelda, Batangas, which is more of a town, small town. And so there, the electric cuts off a lot more often. And so my brother-in-law lives there with his wife. They're literally like 5 minutes from our lot, and they lose electric all the time. So yeah, so we had always planned on doing solar just because I stream. I don't want to be, without electric. And then we want to do Starlink eventually. I'm on the waiting list for Starlink, which is kind of ridiculous. And so I'm trying to find some ways around that. So because the internet here, it hasn't been horrible, but it hasn't been good. And so it cuts out quite often. I think I actually lost Eve earlier, but the stream stayed on, which is strange. Usually the stream cuts out first. But it does show I have some drop frames, so I'm sure something was going on at one point. But yeah, it's been real interesting here because I have one thing I had Google Fiber in Kansas City, and I think in 15 years, I think I had Google Fiber for almost 15 years. I think I lost it like 3 times. One was a planned outage. Uh, one was like 5 minutes, and I think the other one was for a little over an hour. And yeah, and so that's pretty phenomenal for 15 years. I mean, especially with storms and everything else. But here, yeah, I lose it. I lose it 3 times a week, and so, and usually right in the middle of my stream. So, but yeah, wish I could get fiber internet, but my landlord is too cheap. Yeah, so yeah, you might be able to pay for it yourself. So, like I said, I paid $70 a month for gigabit, and it was worth it. I mean, it was especially as a streamer. But yeah, I mean, I downloaded games. Like Baldur's Gate is like something like 150 gigs. I could download that in like 10 minutes. It was just, yeah. So I know I pay enough in rent already. Yeah, I understand. But yeah, so that's what we did. Is ours was we owned our place. Well, I guess it was considered a condo, so we didn't technically own it. We owned stock that allowed us to live in it. But yeah, that was a whole big thing. But we were able to sell our stock for a profit. So I lose my fiber at least once a month. Yeah, see, my Google Fiber, like I said, I don't know if I was just exceptional, but it really was exceptional because I had no problems. It really, really was great. So I guess I got to leave it first, don't I? Yeah, leave the ship. There you go. All right, and so then we're gonna repackage, not reprocess. That would be bad. All right. So now let's see, what is the going rate for the prorators? Are we high or are we low? 157. Man, there's none. I guess they're in demand. All right. 157.8. I'll do 157.7. I'm too cheap to give them too much. Sell. Month. 157.700. Right, 3.3%, right? 3.3%. Yep. Sell that baby. Yep. What's the Helios going for? Helios is 21. I've gotten as much as 25 before. 21,450. So 21,440. 21,440. Sell. All right. Control A. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work either. 1 4 0. Yeah, so it says that's actually 1% below. Yeah, so that makes sense. All right. All right, sell. Okay. All right, here's my Navy issue. This is the one I want to see if I can actually fly it. I'm pretty sure I can. That's a good question. I haven't checked. So yes, I can. So this is the one I'm going to take back. So let's assemble. Assemble. Okay. Aboard. There we go. We'll get the video since it's the first time I've ever gotten on this one. So I don't know why I'm not getting the audio though. This is one I got from Anarchos. I went off his stream one day. Probably over a month ago. We reject the notion that strength and speed are mutually exclusive. I like it a lot. So, all right. So let's get back to Ventolin. I can never find it in this list. All right. But yeah, so we're really looking forward to getting the house build started. So, oh, I'm just moving stuff around. I don't know that I'm really up to anything, to be honest. We finished the event. We got all our dailies done for the month. We have a mining event that we do every Monday night, American time, Tuesday morning, my time, which was yesterday. And so we did that. So I hauled all the ore back from there to my home province. Home province. Home system. Home province. Home system. And now I'm just trying to sell some stuff that I built and make some of my money back. But yeah, we might end up trying to do some combat sites or something here in a little bit. So try and mix it up a little bit. I can't believe people do these hypernets. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. So Marshall for 38 million. Well, that's definitely a scam. Yeah, hypernode. That's why. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, I don't get the whole hypernode thing. Maybe I'm just not haven't checked into it enough. But yeah. But yeah, I had built some ships for some of my viewers, and so got those delivered. And then I was just trying to sell off the extras to get back my material costs. So Produce a lot and sell near Jita. About to make a few Marauders. Was building between 2 characters and looking at a few Phoenixes. Yep. Yeah, I haven't built the Marauders yet, which would be nice. Because they're really popular. I'd like to have one myself, but yeah, I haven't got to that one. Actually, since I've already got one, let's buy this one. I've got way too many points, so that'll give us grab our 10,000. I already completed all my dailies. So for the month, actually, I think I had them done by the 14th, which is a new record. So yeah, so try to make sure to get those done, get that kind of stuff done, and then yeah, just kind of trying to clean up some of my industry stuff. During the mining event, I had to boost, which I don't normally boost. I've got a porpoise, and I ran out of mining foreman charges, so that was real unprofessional. So I've got some of those on the burner now that I'll need to run back, and so yeah, you get never a dull moment, right? You know, and so yeah, so now as it was, I think there was my alt and one other person at the mining event, so it was a really low night anyway. So, but yeah, it was still kind of like duh. So that's what I told him. Now you know why I don't usually boost. So, but yeah, it was pretty funny. But yeah, you're welcome to. Like I said, we do it every Monday night U.S. time, Tuesday morning Filipino time, and so yeah, so I start streaming 9:30 Eastern time, 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, 8:30 p.m. Central. And so that's where I was in Kansas City was Central Time. I think I have it on my streams as Central Time is what I've listed. But yeah, that starts me here in the morning, which is actually some of the hottest part of the day, which works out pretty good. Um, and it still gives me enough time in the afternoon to get done anything we need to get done if we need to meet with contractors and stuff, though. So it's kind of funny. My wife always schedules the meetings for first thing in the morning, which I can't get done. So thanks for the follow, Artemy. But yeah, she always schedules the meetings for the mornings with which she's not a morning person, so it's pretty funny. So yeah, so 9:30 p.m. on Monday for yep, so that'll work. Yep. And we do it in Ufiend, which is in Galente space. So that's where we do the mining. It's a real quiet, high-sec system. We just do some high-sec mining. Most times people don't bother us. We had a ganker, Saragon of Amerish. He was bugging us yesterday, but I think he was just messing with us because he was always in his capsule, so he wasn't really bothering us, but just to see if he could, I guess, get us to panic, which I think most of us weren't paying attention, so yeah. But yeah, we usually don't get bothered by the gankers, so it's usually pretty nice. And normally we've had upwards of 20 some people in the fleet sometimes. So, like I said, last night was a really low one, but yeah, I always need minerals for my industry. And so, yeah, so it's always good to do that. And it's one of those where I get to mine with my viewers, which is always kind of cool. So, one of the nice things about Eve is the community. So that's kind of nice. Trent, by the way, Trent192, sorry I didn't say hello this morning when you first got on, but thanks for being here, buddy. But yeah, so I got a really good group of people, so not super large, but more than enough for what I like. I do it, like I said, I stream because I enjoy playing the games and I enjoy the community. So I'm not doing it to make money, so that's pretty cool. So I actually have about Freighter's worth of trit in a clan. There you go. 5 to 6 jumps from there. So yeah, I have tons and tons of trit. So, but thank you. I appreciate it. We do have a couple people that buy from our miners. So you could check with them. Arsenic Blossom. Let me see what her in-game name is. Social. Captain Blossom. So yeah, so if you if you Eve message Captain Blossom, she will, I think she buys it at 90% Jita cost. So 90 or 95, I can never remember, but so let's jump in this one. Where's Executor? Let's repackage this guy since we don't have them fitted. I try to keep the ones that I don't have fitted repackaged so that way I know that's what it is. And actually, we probably wouldn't want to do that one. Probably. Yeah, we could go and sell another one. Let's go sell another one. Why don't we do that? Yeah, we'll take this other Helios and go. Yeah, the nice thing is the Helios fits inside the Pro Raider, so yeah, I'll save that one. I'll build it for Kragan, so. Yeah, I do use it, but it's far from my home system. Had to export it from a wormhole in emergency. Yep. I got a lot of stuff in an old wormhole system that I had years and years ago. So I was with a 20. So this character is only 4 months younger than Eve. So Eve went live Memorial Day weekend 2003, and he was born in September of the same year. And so I haven't played the whole 23 years, but I have been back and forth, in and out. And so, but I was with a corp for over 20 years, and they lived in a wormhole until that got taken from us during one of the vast exoduses. And so I've got a whole bunch of PI in that wormhole. So I've actually put a standing order out for any of my viewers that if they find the wormhole, I'll split the PI with them because it's probably worth about $1 billion. So the problem is going to be getting it out of there. So, but yeah, so every once in a while I'll do scan down wormholes just to check if it's, if it's my wormhole, I'm not actively looking for it, but I know there's some corps that you can pay that'll actually do it. So, yeah, So it's J11 0043. I'm sure somebody else lives there now, so they're probably not going to be too happy with me getting my stuff out. But I figure once we get the link, I can park somebody in there, one of my alts, and then that way I can scan down the link every day and pull stuff out on my off days. So it doesn't have to be every day, and then just gather it up. But yeah, it's one of those where I think I've actually done the PI so much and added storage places that I've got every building full. And now it's to the point where I can't do any more PI. I got to pull it out. So, and I haven't wanted to just tear it down because it's so much money. So, but yeah, it's kind of funny. But yeah, we lived in that wormhole for 20 years until I think most of our corp went inactive, and then somebody took it away from us. So, but yeah, I know wormholes are highly contested nowadays. So, but yeah, doing PI in high sec is really a pain. It you're just kind of scratching the surface, so it's kind of nice to do it in wormhole or nullsec, but yeah, I'm too paranoid to do that too much. So thanks, appreciate it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that's a C2, I think. Might be a C3. I don't remember. I looked it up once and it told me what it was, and but it's got a high sec link, and so just a matter of scanning it down every day. So a high sec exit. So yeah, every time I scan down a wormhole from high sec, I always check to see if that's it, and it never is. So I live in a similar sim, but different. Yep, yep. Yeah, we lived in that one for like, yeah, it probably wasn't 20 years. It was probably close to 15. And I think we lost it about 5 years ago. Well, now it'd be about 8 years ago. But yeah, we were in there for a long time. It actually got to the point where it was a chore because it was like having a second job. I went to work all day and then I came home and logged into Eve to mine ice so that I could make fuel blocks so we could keep our station running. It was like I had two jobs, and so it got to be a bit much. It got to be where it wasn't fun anymore, and so yeah, so it was pretty funny, but yeah, gotta love it. But yeah, I'll put these up on the market. I don't think either one of them sold yet. Nope. So I'm curious. If I'm still, yep, I'm low man. So yeah, usually I get underbid, so nope, I'm low on both. Cool beans. But yeah, I'll throw these up there and then that'll at least have them up there. They always sell, they just don't sell right away. I also make the covert ops cloak and expanded cargo holds, damage control too. Um, and those all sell super fast. So yeah, New Deluge makes life so much easier making fuel and wormholes now. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so this was way back. And yeah, that was such a chore. And so yeah, so that makes a huge difference. They've done some really good improvements along those lines. So that's kind of nice, but yeah, it's never a dull moment. So all right, so let's go here, and we don't have another ship to fly back this time, so I'm gonna repackage this guy. All right, so then let's view the market. 157.7. Still low man. Seven 700 1 2 3. There we go. Sell 3%. Yes. Okay. And view the market. 21,440. Zero. All right. 1.4% below market. All right. Here we go. Got them up. And then let's fly back. Yeah. Yeah, Prorater and the Helios are the main ones that I make, and then yeah, the modules. I make a lot of modules. So mostly, so the way I started, and this worked. I've told several people this. This is what worked out for me. Is I made the ships that I fly, so that I didn't have to buy them off the market. And then when I had an excess of those that when I actually stopped losing them as much, the Helios is my scan ship and the Prorater is the one that I fly around most times for moving materials. And so yeah, then when I stopped losing them as much, I just sold the extras, and I've made a really good living doing that. So, but And then I run missions sometimes. I've got level 4 mission agents for most places. And so those are always fun, challenging. Trying to figure out. The one thing I don't like about Eve is the whole fitting. I never seem to get the fitting right. So luckily that's been another big thing that came out of the streaming is I have a lot of viewers that provide fittings, which has been fantastic. So, and so yeah, I get to try their fittings out. So, oh yeah, it's nice, save on taxes and all that, and also you can sell at a decent price. Yep. Yeah, so I can actually benefit from the high price on the market rather than, get caught by it. So, but yeah. Yeah. I usually sell them in Jita because they sell quicker there. So when I bring my damage control 2s, the covert ops, and the expanded cargo hold 2s, when I bring those in, they usually sell before I leave. And so, and like the expanded cargo holds, I usually bring them in like 100 a time. And they almost always sell before I leave. So, a real common seller. And so, covert ops, I mean, that's a huge one. And like I said, I started building it just because they're so damn expensive. So, yeah. With the expanded cargo holds, the margin's not really high. So, you got to do volume. And then the damage control is a little better. The covert ops is actually pretty good. But yeah, then the Helios is all right. I build them for less than I sell them, but not a huge profit. And then the prorator, I think I'm right around building them between 80 and 100,000 per prorator. And I'm selling them for almost 160. So that's a pretty good profit margin. But yeah, that's a tier 2, and so yeah, you're gonna find a hub in Galente and make big bucks. Yeah, that's what I probably need to do. And so is look at which regions they actually sell better and go that way. So, but yeah, I haven't quite got that far yet. So, like I said, Jita is easy, and so I kind of stick with it. I'm only 7 jumps from Jita in my home system. The mining system we use, Ufine there, that's real close to Dodixie. And so I've been wanting to check there to see what the prices are so that, because I could always haul stuff over there and sell it. So look at Killboard is in and sell that. Yep. Instant millionaire. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I never even thought of that, but that's an excellent point. Find out where everybody's getting killed and sell there. Yeah. But yeah, that's a good point. Didn't even think of that. But yeah, enjoying the retired life. Really enjoying it. Jackdaws sell well in Galenter. Yep. Yeah, and that's one I haven't started building yet, but I've been wanting to. I want to build one for myself. And then once I build it for myself, it's really easy to start building it for profit. So, but yeah, it's been, retirement's been nice. So yeah, like I said, it's a little hot here. I'm a winter guy, so not super fond of the heat. But my wife was in America for just short of 18 years. And so she was never ever comfortable in America, temperature wise. And so she she confessed that to me here when we decided to move, because I told her, yeah, I'm a little worried about the heat, if I'm going to be able to deal with it or not. And she says, well, you'll it'll be okay. And she said, because I've never been comfortable here. And I'm like, really? I mean, in Kansas City, we've had 100-degree, summers. Not many, but probably at least 1 or 2 in the 18 years. And she was like, yeah, but it's still not Filipino 100 degrees. It's still, I was still cold. And so she's always cold. And so, yeah, so it's kind of funny. So our corp market is open to everyone. You could sell some stuff there. That's a good point. Thanks, Respin. Appreciate it. I'll definitely look you up for that. Yeah, so I do. I'm using one in OCO right now. It's a player station. But I just found, I think they just put it up. There's one here in Hogamo, and I'm going to move all my stuff over there. So the one in Ocio is a 0.25 bonus, but the one in Hogamo is actually a full 1% bonus. So I want to check that out. But yeah, so yeah. So yeah, she is very happy being home, mostly because she's enjoying being with her family. But yeah, but now she's complaining about how hot she is. And I said, you can't have it both ways, you know. And so now she's got, I guess in 18 years she did get a little used to America, and so now she's complaining about the heat. And so I'm like, yeah, you can't complain about the heat. So yeah, so it's kind of funny. So I'm sure sooner or later I'll get used to it. But yeah, I told her, I said, yeah, you did 18 years in America. The least I can try to do is 18 years in the Philippines. Hopefully I got 18 years left. So, but yeah, humidity is the killer. That's like this morning. It poured down rain most of the night. So hard we lost electricity at one point. And and it was funny because, usually that cools things off, which it did. But when we got up this morning, it was so humid. It was just ridiculous. It was like, holy mackerel, you know? And so it was kind of funny from that perspective because it's like, yeah, it's cooler, but it's not really, doesn't feel cooler, you know? Because, yeah, I got out of the shower, which is common here. I take a shower, and of course, we don't have hot water. So that's another thing we'll have in our house is we'll have hot water. Though I don't know, by then I might be used to it, so we'll have to see. But yeah, so it's a cold shower, and so yeah, the cold shower, I mean, does a great job of cooling my body off. But then as soon as I'm done the shower and I'm drying off, I'm sweating profusely again, and so it's kind of like, well, that just defeated the whole purpose. So when is monsoon season? So yes, the rainy season is supposed, they say it starts here the end of this month, but it's already started raining here a lot. So there's been talk on the news programs that maybe the rainy season is starting earlier this year. So the system price index is the biggest price. Wormhole for all RE and invention is great. Can still be done at POS. System index obviously very low. Yep. Yeah, so it's weird because, like I said, the best I was able to get was a 0.25 here in HiSec, and now they just put up this station that's given a 1. I'm always a little leery of the player stations. Way back, I had some blueprints in a player station, and they were able to steal them from me. And so I know that CCP's kind of handled that loophole, but I'm always kind of leery of it. So always kind of wanted to put up my own station. But yeah, like you said, it's the cost. It's kind of cost prohibitive if you're not doing it enough. So yeah, so 1% is what the station costs. I'm not aware what you mean. So yeah, it shows here. Let me find it. Here's Vanillin. Go to adjacent home systems, Hogamo. Look at structures. So here's the R&D one. When you look at show info, it shows the things. It shows 1% here. And and it does all these things where the one that I'm using in OCO, so if I go to OCO now, OCO, it's not OCO, it's something else. So I know it's not going to find it. Yep. Here. There it is. OISIO. Isn't that what I typed? So this one, it just shows the invention is 0.25%. So yeah, I came back and everything was gone. Right, exactly. So forgot to refuel it over a long weekend, went out of town. Yeah, had to be hospital, and it once cut out taxes. Yeah. So once you put up a station, you can be war decked. That's the other reason, Respin, that I don't want to do a station is because, and then somebody will war deck me just to be a pain in the rear end. So yeah, so zero point 0.5, no MPC stations. Okay, look in production tab. Industry, there we go. Yeah, it doesn't show. So there's 41. So it looks like I sold something. What did I sell? I don't know what I sold. Oh, it sold both my Helioses. Cool. All right, cool. Yeah, then go to facilities. Oh, go here. I got you. I got you. I got you. Go here. Industry and facilities. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. All right. Yeah, so here, if I find it, it's not manufacturing. Let's do invention. So there's the Hogamo R&D. So it shows 1% tax. Oh, so maybe the one I'm at is better because it's only doing a 0.25% tax. So that's probably it. Yep. Yep. Point on factory icon and see the system index. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, the one thing it does, this Hogamo R&D, it does everything, where the OCO one only does invention. So yeah, and so this one's actually a 1.25. So yeah, so if we hover over this, does it actually showed something? There you go. Structure roll, structure roll. So structure roll bonus is minus 15%. This one's minus 15%, plus minus 20%. System cost index is 3.38 in OCO. Here in Hogamo, it's 3.30. So, but yeah, they don't have as many modifiers. So I'm going to stick with where I'm at because they have more modifiers. So invention tax is 0.25. Invention tax here is 1. So yeah. So yep. Yeah, I was actually going to move it because it had more possibilities. So I do all my material stuff here and all this stuff here. So I build here on an MPC station, but the invention was the one that I couldn't do here. So this Railroman is one. So, but it doesn't give any bonuses. So I think that's where I was originally doing it. Kuleen, no bonuses. So yeah, this one's given quite a few bonuses. So structure roll bonus and an install rig bonus. So yeah, so that's kind of nice. And they're charging less tax. So, and then these are of course low sec. But it's weird, the low sec system cost index is actually higher. So, whew, 7. Yeah, because that's a 0.8 system. Good God, that's high. Yeah, so that's 4.28. 3.38. It's actually one of the lower ones, so. Yeah. Yeah, 05 seems. Yeah, 3.35 is Kuleen, so yeah. So closer to hubs, usually much higher. Makes sense. Yep. Yeah, and I thought security wise, I think the higher the security, the higher as well. So, but yeah. So yeah, that one's 3.30, but they're charging 1% tax. They do get the structure roll bonus, but they're not getting the rig bonus. So yeah, so that kind of helps. So yeah, so I'll just stick where I'm at there. That'll save some time. So, but yeah. Let's see, jobs. So I still got an hour and 37 minutes. So here's my damage controls I'm building to sell. I'm building these to actually put on my ship. This one I'm flying here. And then these are the mining boost crystals that I ran out of this yesterday. And then there's a covert ops to sell. Yeah, these will gross me about 150 million on those 20. So that'll be nice. But yeah. So it's always interesting, keeps it going. Yeah, the 1% tax form usually station is calculated kind of strange. It's not even close to system code. Yeah, well, and it's weird because that Hogamo one, I thought 1% was a positive. It's actually a negative. So they're charging me 1% tax, where the other one's only charging me 0.25% tax. So it's actually better. So yeah, so but you're right, it was very deceiving. So I almost switched, not knowing. Yeah. So yeah, so here, let me see here. Let's go back. So let's go back to facilities and let's go to material. So I'm using this one here. So yeah, so the system cost index is 4.46, no bonuses whatsoever. 4.96 for time. I never do time, but copying 3.94, which is about average. Yeah, 6. Yeah, 3.94. Yeah, so that's based on the system. 6% for copying. Holy cow. Yeah. So yeah, so kind of makes a big difference. So yeah, so this one isn't bad at all. 3.94, less than 4. So yeah, I do all 3 of these here. All 4 of these here. The only one I didn't do was the invention. I didn't do it here. And so mainly the reason I switched to this one was because of the bonuses. So structure roll bonus, and that's weird. When I looked at it earlier, oh no, that's Hogamo. Sorry. Yeah, here's the OCO one. Yeah, it was. No. Yeah. That's the one I'm doing it on, you dingbats. Did they just take it offline? Maybe they just took it offline. Oh, it shows it right there. That's weird. LinkNet Invention Lab. It's got all the extra bonuses. But when I say material efficiency, and I just look at it, it doesn't show. It shows it's not available. Now, material efficiency is not available there, but actually it shows it is available there. Yeah, so that's weird. Because it's not available there. So yeah, so different station and same system. Now it looks, it might be, maybe it is. Yeah, because that one, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. This one's called LinkNet Invention Lab. This one's called LinkNet Central Station. Yep, you're right. I was just looking at the first one. Oh, yeah. So, yep, you're right. So, yeah, thanks for pointing that out. That makes it a lot better. So, yeah, so that's definitely when I looked at all these, that was the best one because it gave a lot of benefits. So they've got a rig installed there that speeds things up as well. I want to say it. I think it saved me like a day on some of my jobs. So you can actually check the production prices without going into the station by selecting the blueprint smithing facility in a tab, and it'll tell you what actual cost will be. Okay, cool. Yeah. So and then I need to equip this one as well. So let's do this one. Assemble. And let's call it. My alt doesn't have one, so let me get him set up. Why am I in other? Expanded. Oof, just enough. Luckily, we're building some more. All right. 50. Cold gas, enduring micro warp drive. Bingo. Oh, that's a 500. Dingbat. Yeah. This is the one we want, the 50. And then let's go ahead and where are you at? I just put you in here. Well, that frickin' sucks. I just put you there. No. Gonna accidentally put it in ammo? Nope. Well, what the fudge? I tell you, some days it really doesn't, I don't know why. It's there. I don't know what the heck I was doing. All right, so let's take these guys. Modules. We clean this stuff up, we won't have these problems. High slot modules. That should be in resources. Oh, stop. Yeah, that should have been in resources. Mining, form, and burst. I gotta fix that. Let's go fix that now. Before I forget. Or burst 1. Yeah, we want it to go in resources. There we go. Excellent. All right. Stack. Module. Most of these things I will reprocess because I've got so many of them, but all right, so it says that one's valuable item. Only 2 megasite. That ain't worth it. 16 pyrite. So that one, electron compact cap recharger, processing yield, reprocessing yield. So those two are high level ones. So let's get those out of there. Can I? Can't take them out here, can I? No. All right. So this one. What was it? Well, that's weird. Eclectic. Like, all right. Yeah, so they're worth 8.4 million, and I'll get minerals worth 9 million out of it. So, not bad. And it'll clean all that up. So let's stack. So then we'll throw these in resources. All right. I'm going to clean up my item hanger. So then we'll put these guys in modules. Since they're expensive. So, yep. Lynn Lee, good to see you this morning. So, Talking about sigils, there's this jank passive tank sigil fit with 700 shield regen used as bait. Quite fascinating. Well, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I build the sigils primarily to build the Pro Raider. And so, yeah, I don't know that I've ever actually flown the sigils. I just fly the Pro Raider. So, but yeah, it was a step up. So yeah. So here's the endurance and the prospect. I've actually invented both of those. How many Helios blueprints do I have? So, oh, I need to put the, so yeah, so I was in the middle of doing this and didn't finish. So there's that. All right. All right. I thought about putting a tractor beam on here, but let's see if we can put a shield extender on here. Yeah, so large, medium. There you go. Add some shield to it, no problem. Should probably check to see which one's better. 900 hit points. Okay. 900 hit points. 40. 7 meter signature radius modifier. 3 meter signature radius modifier. I don't know if that's negative, positive, or negative. Tech level 1. Tech level 1. Okay. This one's 800. Yeah, 7. So yeah, so it looks like this other one. Oop. Oh, what happened to the first one? So yeah, this one looks like it might be better. If the 3 meter signature radius is better to be small or low, yo, remind me, I wanted to start inventing for ventures. Yeah, they're a good one. And it's a super cheap VPO. So check out this cool space pic I just saw on Reddit. All right, cool. What Starlink satellites look like from the ISS. Really? That is pretty cool. Starlink constellations, our most frequent satellite sightings from space station, appear as distinct and numerous orbiting streaks in my star trail exposures. During the Expedition 72, I saw thousands of them and was fortunate enough to capture many in my imagery to share with you all. More photos from space on my Instagram. That is pretty cool. So it is kind of like a network up there. That's pretty good. Which probably makes it a little difficult for when they're trying to get to the space station. But yeah, it looks like I should probably use this one. I don't know if the signature radius modifier is positive. Should it be smaller or lower? I think it should probably be smaller, right? Let's use that one. So let's put this here. Let's put this here. All right. Doesn't show what the signature rate is. Drone control range, navigation, targeting. Yeah, it doesn't show signature radius, so. Cool. Once a shield modules fit to an armor ship. Okay. Just trying to keep it alive longer, that's all. Maybe buy me enough time to get away. So, all right, so we'll keep that one. We're going to take that one there. Synesis. I should probably sell some of these off. What the heck is the Synesis going for now? Oh, not. It's not near Judas. So it's not going to tell me 20 million. Not bad. Not bad. Especially since I got a bunch. Ramiel. Yeah, so anyway, let's see what we want to do for the last hour. So I was going to run this prorator, but I need to wait until it's there. So let's do what Respin was suggesting, or Darkslider was, and one of them was suggesting. Was going out here and trying to do some combat sites to see if I get an escalation. So what am I using there? Depleted uranium. Okay, cool. So anomalies, Garista refuge. So which ones give the escalation? Or do they all possibly give an escalation? Legomaniax, refuge, and hideaways. Okay, so I think that's what this one is, a refuge. Yep, cool. Okay, thank you. Or most likely. Got it. I've still got the multi-spectrums on here, but that'll work fine. That'll work fine. Oh, I probably should turn on the hardeners. It probably will work better if I turn them on. Orbit at 10. All right. Yep. Kind of overkill. So, and those also sometimes have a faction officer spawn at the end with some decent loot. Okay, cool. Yes. Legomaniax. What did you need something, Legomaniax? Sorry. You're jamming me. So that's orbit at 10. Oh, Lego My Ego. That was you. Sorry. I saw Lego My Ego and I was wondering who that is. So yeah, let me mark you. That way I know who you are. Yeah, that way I know who you are. Yeah, I saw you in there and I was kind of like, oh, who's that? There you go. Now I got you on the list. Come on. God, this thing targets slow. This is probably overkill for a refuge, but I was like, what? Oh, yeah, yeah. No, sorry about that. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, you were the only one in the in-game channel that I didn't know, and so, but I thought I like that's a cool name. He's giving me trouble. Little too fast. So now we'll get these guys helping us out. That'll take care of it. Orbit at 10. Oh yeah, so my main here, so I got the same thing, IGN. So yeah. Oh wait, so that's not correct. Don't send it to that. So somehow I sent it to that. So let's say I know how I did it. Yeah, I tried to get to the IGN for Annotation one day, and it seems I set it to Annotation. All right. So yeah. There you go, Captain Typo. There you go, Captain Typo. I like it. Get them back to targeting me so that I can get my drones out here so they don't attack my drones. Nothing I hate worse than losing drones. Let's see, 5-7, yeah, so. There we go. Uh-oh, they're attacking him again. Let's save this. All right. Reload. No escalation on that one, so let's go to the other one. Huh? Actually, there's two more. What's going on? Yeah, yeah, I like that one. Yeah, I tried to get Annotations, I think, one day because I was sending him a ship, and I think I obviously I typed the command wrong, and so it set mine to Annotations. So yeah, so no, mine's Falstaff Finder. So that's my main. You can send anything you want to there. And then what I'll do after I take these out, if we don't get the escalation, I will go ahead and salvage all this stuff. So, because I can definitely use the salvage. I'm missing. It's orbit at 5,000. Still missing. Yeah, the ammo's 5.7, so. Let's do 7,000. There we go. Just got to get to the right distance so you can hit them. Of course, now I'm too far away. There we go. It's usually easier to get closer, so. But yeah, I always make typos, so that's good. I like the name. Fall off is. Yeah, fall off's 38, so we're still good. Now, it normally gives you a message when you get an escalation, right? Or does it actually flash up here? Or both? This is the one further away, so let's 4-bit, 750. You should get a pop-up. Cool. Okay. That's what I thought, but I think I've only ever gotten one. Kind of surprised there's nobody out here doing these. Actually, I didn't even think about it. I could have deployed my yeah, my MTU. And that would have pulled everything in and had it all ready for me, but yep, missing. Orbit at 750. There we go. Still not hitting them. What's up, CB? Good to see you today. Thanks for being here. Oh, and you also get it in the agency. Yeah, I remember that was how I noticed it, the one that I did get, as I had it in the agency. And so that's why I was thinking that's where it would show up. But yeah, they're targeting my drones again. Yeah. Hate when they target my drones. Mission running. Actually doing combat sites. So trying to get escalations. Trying to get escalations. So let's launch for self. And let's save this location. MTU1. All right. There's a hideaway. Does a hideaway have a better chance? It just keeps spawning them. I'll try the hideaway. Going for the good stuff. Yeah. Somebody suggested it as a better way. I was doing level 4s and they take forever. So, but I do like the bounties on the level 4s. So, because I usually make like between 10 and 20 million on bounties. As far as I know, it's same chance between hideaway and refuge. Okay. I never remember which one's higher, which one's lower. Is the hideaway lower or the refuge lower? Because this battleship is definitely overkill. So hideaway's level 1, refuge level 2. Okay, cool. So yeah, I should have stuck with the refuges then. What's that? Squadron commander. Getting messages in local, which I just noticed. Didn't get that on the refuges. they just arrived. No warning. Oh. Hit it too early. Yeah, worm usually is super fast for those drones hit like a truck. Yeah, but some hideaway spawn more cruisers so they can be better loot. Okay. Yeah, I definitely prefer the cruisers over the frigates. Plus, the cruisers are a little easier. All right, I'm just going to mark this one. Rather than waste a... So, was that the one I just did? Yep. So that one's warp. Let's do warp here. Also dens, which are level 2, can spawn escalation. Okay. Or Eve, Sniper, Cormorant. There you go. Worm uses super fast for those drones hit like a truck. Yeah. Or the Cormorant. I do have a Cormorant. I don't have a worm. It's one I need to build.
From asteroids to ice, we bring only the finest resources to your station. Astral Mining Incorporated, the resources you need to succeed.
He's too close. There we go. There we go. Worm's a bit tricky to build. You have to do FW or bind net resonators and also get BPCs from faction warfare or contracts. Yeah. Those are the ones, though, that I always enjoy, because then it really seems like I actually earned it. Because then you go to a whole bunch of, stuff. But it's well worth the hassle if you sell outside Judah. There you go. Oh, they're jamming me. Not anymore, they're not. There we go. I was going to say, should be hitting. I recently started gambling with Abyssal mods and been hitting good rules. Fire is kind of profitable at this point. That's true. Let's orbit at 15. See if I can hit him better from out here. Still not hitting him good. Come on. Yeah, that's the level 4 gives me a huge number of bounties. There you go. So as soon as I launch them, let's try 20. Yeah, fall off is 35, so. But yeah, I've heard the Abyssals, you can make a lot of money on the Abyssals. Come on, finish him off. There you go. There it is. Scanners picked up a transmission originating. Awesome. All right, so let's save this one. All right, 9 jumps. Reload. So how long is that good for? Says Garista Scout Outpost. That encounter? No. Exploration. Escalation. There we go. Garista Scout Outpost. And how long is it good for? 23 hours. Okay, cool. So that's plenty of time. All right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 24 hours. It'll say an agency. Okay, what was it called? I missed the name. It just says Garista Scout Outpost. So let me finish off this other one. It doesn't say. 4 out of 10. Current ship does not meet requirements. Actually, it does show there, level 4. So they won't let me in with the mackerel. What will they let me in with? The worm. Yeah, so if you guys want, I could give this to you. I don't have a ship that I'd have to refit a ship, so oh, I got some cruisers, yeah. So Scout Outputs has a chance to drop to 330 million plus multi-spec hardener. Cool, cool, cool. So wow, that system is really near me. There you go. Read this before you run the site. So yeah, it's a level 4 escalation. Can I bring my Drake? Yeah, the Drake isn't allowed. No battleships. So no battleships.
From terraforming to interstellar propulsion, Newborn Labs is discovering tomorrow, today.
Yeah, to bring my Drake. Ro Ninja, what's up, buddy? That's okay. You can farm the escalations in the mock, get a few of them stacked up, then go do them in a different ship. Yep, that's what I was thinking. Since they're good for since they're good for 24 hours, so maybe they'll all end up in the same spot too. So that would be cool.
In trying times, the last thing you need is a partner you can trust. Trust the Bank of Luminaire, dedicated to the future of Federation businesses. Are you ready to lead the way? Do you have what it takes to shape the future? Then Federation believes what you in command.
Like I should keep him at 30.
Commuters are advised. Protests are currently disrupting
Any ship if you're good enough, yeah. So what do you need to
promenade.
run it? Not like Gill or something. I don't fly expensive ships. No, so here, I'll show you in a second. Any ship if you're good enough. Every escalation I ever got led me to low sec, which is kind of sad. I don't know why I never farmed them. Yeah, so. And that's kind of what I was figuring was it was going to be a low sec one, so. Which I never go to low sec if I can help it. Every time I go to low sec, I get ganked. Drop officer modules, which sell pretty well. Are you afraid to go to low sec? Yep. I get escalations high sec often. They can spawn in both. As a general rule, I never go to low sec. Yep. I'm the same way, Lego. Every time I go to low sec, I get ganked. So. Alright, let's jump this guy. Alright. So I'm going to go back and dock. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, we may as well. Well, yeah, not a fan of low sec. I do many production, market, and wormhole stuff. Yep, yep. You do know low sec isn't scary whatsoever. It is to those of us that are paranoid, Ro Ninja. Just the pilots that are there. Yeah, yeah. Low sec isn't the problem. It's the people that hang out there, right? Waiting for idiots like me to come along. Honestly, I get killed more in low sec than I ever got in null sec or wormhole. Actually, that's well, I got killed more in trig space than anywhere, but that was because I was trying to farm the trigs. So avoid them by avoiding low sec. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, negative 10 people who sit there waiting for you to undock. Yep, yep, yep. It's not just the pilots that are there. Yeah, do as I do. Make friends with them or avoid them completely. Yeah. Yeah, making friends with them is probably what I should do, but if I see they're always there, then what's going on, Abigail? What's going on? You want to say hi? You want to say hi? There you go. There you go. You say hi. Yeah, you say hi. Yeah, you say hi. Okay? It's really hard to fight ships when I'm holding you. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This is Abigail. We brought her from America as well. She actually made the trip quite well, considering she didn't go to the bathroom for almost 48 hours. It was pretty ridiculous. We were really worried about her, but contraband, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, yeah, that was a nightmare getting her. We actually had her fly on the in the cabin with us, and she's small enough. And she slept pretty much the whole time. So the first flight was 18 hours from from Dallas to Incheon, Korea. And yeah, and she was in this little tiny crate. Little tiny soft crate that had to go under the seat. Yes, I love you too. Mwah. Yeah, she was in this little tiny crate. And it was kind of ridiculous because I was like, I had to get up multiple times to stretch my legs and go to the bathroom and everything else. And she was just perfect. She was just perfect. And then when we got to Incheon, I thought, okay, I'll get her out, see if she wants to go to the bathroom. And she wouldn't even go to the bathroom then. So,
FBI, open up!
Omega, thanks for the raid, buddy. Thanks for the raid. I'm going to put you down. All right. Thanks for the raid, buddy. Appreciate it. Love you, buddy. Thanks for the raid. Awesome. Good golly, that's some graphics there, I'll tell you. That's a heck of a raid. Thanks for that, buddy. So yeah, if you're not following Omega, gonna give Omega a follow. I was missing that SWAT sequence. Love it. Yeah, that one is my favorite. I am not a big one for paying. I'm pretty cheap. And I actually paid for that one because it was like, yeah, that was one I wanted. I heard it on somebody else's stream and I was like, I gotta have that one. So yeah, so it was worth paying for. Yeah, we're just doing some combat sites trying to get escalations, Omega. Excuse me. Raiders, welcome. Appreciate you guys. Any friend of Omega's is a friend of mine, so I was lurking while streaming. There you go. Yeah, wifey for lifey. Like it, like it. Love that name. Listening to you in the background. Well, I appreciate that, buddy. I appreciate that. Yeah, actually, here, let's do one of these other guys. So we can then actually not have to keep resetting it. But yeah, we did get one escalation, which we're going to check out in here in a second. Unfortunately, it won't let me do my Mackerel for the escalation. It says it's too much of an overkill. So, which go figure. So yeah, so we're gonna take care of these, get them all cleaned up, and then we'll go do the escalation in a cruiser. All right, let me bump this one. So here, launch for self. Save. All right, so I've got 4 or 5 sites to clean up here. So let's go and dock. Don't you hate that you can't use the ship you want? Yeah, well, it was kind of overkill, so yeah, so all right, wife is summoning me to bed. Take care, Omega. Give her a big hug for us, all right? Nah, yeah, it's funny, but also kind of because some gamers died from SWAT going wrong. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah, that's true. That's true. All right. Yeah, unfortunately, usually when you're gaming, you have your headset on, so you don't hear them coming. So. What's up, babies? What? Yeah, we'll go in a second, okay? Yeah. I think somebody's needing to go outside. So, but yeah, we'll see. She's, like I said, she held it for 48 hours. I know she's good for another couple. All right, where is there it is, my Noctis. Let's go out here. This baby salvages like no tomorrow. Actually, let me make sure he's empty. All right, cool. We'll go out here and clean these sites up before we do the escalation. And then I'll take a break and take her out, and then we'll do the escalation. Since Omega rated us, we want to make sure we got everybody. So let's see here. So we're going to leave the mobile tractors. Let's go to these guys first. Since I got to do these guys manually. That wormhole you mentioned, there is one guy who constantly kills stuff. He's on top of the visitors, it seems. Yeah, no coyotes, nice sinos allowed. Seems to be Corp who lives there now. Okay. So yeah, I probably need to make friends with them to get my stuff out. So let's go to loot. Ooh. Yeah, I think I saw him before when I checked it. Because now that you mention it, I did check the kill list. So, but right, and that's what I was looking for, because I was looking for the times he's on, so that then I could decide what's a good time to be on, so that I don't have to deal with him, or I can sneak my stuff out. But it also doesn't hurt to, you know, give him a little bit of kickback, so that so that they appreciate that I'm not trying to, mess with them. All right, so this one, get the loot out of it, which is probably nothing. Then we can salvage it. Salvage. That's too far away. Salvage. 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 All right. Loot. All right. Last one. All right. So this guy we can remove. Yes. Stack all, not worth the salvage. Nothing of value. Alrighty. Next one. Question is, do you even have access to Pocos there, or you already exported? No, I haven't exported, and that's a good question, because they may own them. But yeah, I can't tell that from being outside. I got to be in the system to tell. So that's why if I get in there, I can check it out, and if I do have access to him, like you said, I just avoid his time frame, and I can get everything out. But if I don't have access to him, I will have to make friends with him and give him some kind of a kickback. So this one's got a lot more. Actually, the other one, maybe they were starting to disappear. Not close enough. I love this Noctis. This thing is a awesome salvage ship. So, but yeah, that's one I got to figure out. Is because if I don't have access to the actual stations, not stations, yeah, you know what I mean. Then I will be in trouble because that means they own them. Yeah, back in the day when we owned the when we ran that wormhole, you couldn't own the export sites. So it's come a long way. Come a long way. So
Neither meteor showers nor solar flares nor incursion of light stays transstellar couriers from rapid jumps through their appointed route.
all right, stack, 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 and that's the end of this one. All right. Still not worth the effort. All right. Check out this one. All right, Artemy. Thanks again for being here. Appreciate it. Have a good rest. Worst case scenario, we could always do this escalation tomorrow as well on stream. So that might be it too. So Abigail laid back down. So
Do you have what it takes to save the pilots saving the cluster? Then Federation fleets want you to fly logistics.
we're actually getting salvage from these guys. I love these T2 tractors. They are so fast. Still haven't even paid for my ammo yet. Hey, what's up, USA for the win? Good to see ya. I was wondering. I didn't see you yesterday, so I was wondering. Thanks for being here. I actually don't have too much time left, but I was thinking about doing this escalation. Yeah, I had a date 2 days in a row. Way to go. Ouch. Oh, my rear end. Ugh. Yeah, it's been 4 hours, so sitting in this chair for 4 hours is a killer. So supposedly my chair will be here next week. So we'll see how that works. Got lucky once in life is good. So which escalation did you get? It's a Garista. It just says Garista Scout Outpost. It's a level 4. So, but unfortunately, my Mackerel does not meet the requirements. So I'll have to switch out. So, but yeah, so which is kind of a bummer, but. But what we may do is maybe we'll do it first thing tomorrow on the stream because it is I have 24 hours to do it, so that might cut it a little short. So yeah, I have to see. QuickChaosBlaze, good to see you. They can be scanned down by others too, so all's luck if it's still there. That's true. So that's a good point. I didn't realize that. So once they're spawned, somebody can scan them down. I didn't know that. That's pretty good to know. So in that case, I may need to use the bathroom, but then maybe we'll run it today. So I think I have a battle cruiser. Let's see if the battle cruiser will work. I am flying through these, so yeah, they probably don't have anything in them. All right. So let's get rid of this one. So my mobile is 11 million. So I got about a million now, right? No, only 600,000. So kind of sucks. But they weren't real high level ones. So let's move on to the next one. I do the scout outpost in a jackdaw. There you go. So yeah. Actually, not true. If it's an escalation, they can't scan. It's only yours. Okay, I wasn't sure. So, a Kubal. So the eveonline wiki. It looks like you want to do battle cruiser for that site. Okay, which is what I was thinking. I think I have a Myrmidon that I'll probably take. All right. Yeah, I was kind of surprised I didn't get to the mobile tractor that one. So, scoop you in there. Locking these guys up. One, 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 one. Of course, the cargo's just out of reach as usual. All right, nothing of value, nothing of value, nothing of value. Let's clear this one. Wiki also says focus on taking down the cruisers first. They're putting out most damage. Okay, cool. So yeah, after I clear this last salvage, I will use the bathroom, probably take Abigail out, and then we'll come back and we'll do the escalation. We'll do an extra long stream today, so we'll probably get some more coffee. So go with what works. So, but yeah, I don't have a Jackdaw Quick Chaos, so but that's one I'm looking to get. So I need to pick up one so that I have it. Scoot to the cargo hold. All right, loot. Stack all. All right, start salvaging. It's been my money maker after the worm. Yeah, I don't have a worm either, and so yeah, those are the two that I want to get, and so. Thanks for the follow, scvFTW. Appreciate it. All right, that should be that. And I didn't even have to leave the sector, so that was pretty good. Or the system. Sorry, I've been playing Star Sector. Everything sectors and systems, regions. All right, stack it up. I've got 3 mobile tractors in here. Each one's worth 11, so that's 33 million. And I got 36 million. So definitely not worth it salvage wise, but I also build, so some of that salvage will come in handy for rigs. So but yeah, I need to look into getting a BPC for the worm or the jackdaw. So actually, I'm going to take a break. I will actually, the ads are getting ready to start, so that's perfect timing. So I'll take a break, take Abigail outside, get some more coffee, and use the bathroom myself, and I will be back. Give me 5 minutes, and we'll do this. We'll do this escalation. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I got a Myrmidon here, and so that should already be fitted out. So, which has always been a good one. So that's, there's ammo, which is always right on top. Put these in the item hanger so that they can go back in the Macarel. Actually, and these go in resources. And then the rest of this we'll just put in, item hanger for now. We'll sort it out later. Ship hanger, there's my Myrmidon. All right, I'll be right back. Ooh. Come on, Abigail. Come on, babies. Oh, big stretches. Big stretches. Big stretch. Sorry about that. Might have been a little bit more than 5 minutes. So. Taking a blossom break. Yeah. Vincard, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Time to go. There you go. All right. All right. So let's do this one. Let me check and make sure. I got drones. I don't have any drones. I don't have any ammo. Is this fitted? It is fitted. But no drones and no ammo. Well, that's kind of shitty. Completes in 54 seconds. Web of fire. I could probably put some more. Put some batteries on it, I think. Multi-spectrum coding, prototype thermal, prototype kinetic. This is Garesis, so that should work. Let's look for cap. Right. Medium cap battery, medium compact acid battery. I wonder if this will work. Okay. Requires 60 units. Okay, makes sense. All right, put you back here. This one, what's it need? 35. 75 units. Wow. Yeah, no power. All right, so that's why we don't have those on there. Capacitor booster. That's, yeah, it looks like your Frankenstein did at some point. Yeah, it does look like I did. Also, no rigs and open mids. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'm not sure what I was doing with this one, to be perfectly honest. So, 5. Capacitor booster.
Report illegal Caldari assets to federal authorities. Bring us the truth, we'll deliver the justice.
All right. That did not change that at all. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I need a battery. These are all too big or too much power. All right. All right. It's a merm. Make it a drone boat. Yeah, so I'm going to add the drones to it. Um, yeah, I'll add the drones to it. So, and then I need to add some ammo. So, all right. So let's look into ammo here. Want railgun ammo. Antimatter. Oop. Stack all. So let's take. You don't need that much. Let's do 5,000. Iron. Let's do 5,000 iron. All right. That should be enough. And then the drones, I got a rig out. I got a container for drones now. So let's go ahead and put these hammerheads in here. It looks like I need to build some more drones. Let's build some more drones. Short of regular hammerheads. Okay, well, we can take care of that. Let's do, how many do we have? We have 7. So I've got 20 here. So I need 3, I need 13. So let's do 13. Oop. All right. Oh, fudge. Yeah, I still got 4 minutes. Of course not. All right, so let's go do this. All right. Is there a DED4 fitting you could copy out there? Make it a drone bow and get rid of the guns. Yeah. All right. We'll give this a try. Let's put them all together and let's put iron in there first. So yeah, so we'll give this a try. I don't have any DED4 fittings, but yeah, if somebody could throw me one, I'll be happy to. We'll give this a try. I'm sure this will work. It just may not work as good as anything else. So the iron's going to give me 55 kilometers, where the antimatter I think will be closer to 15, 20. So I should have put a medium micro jump drive on it. That way I could put some distance between us. But this will be fine. I just tried to look at Eve Workbench, but the site won't load for me. Yeah, I haven't tried it today, so. Ooh, feels cold in here. A nice place to be. Feels cold. Security issue. Uh-oh. What's up, Caviar? Good to see you today. Somebody hacked Eve Workbench. Well, that sucks. I mean, is nothing sacred? You should stick to the banks. And the government sites. Leave Eve Workbench alone. Our regional cell provided was hacked too. Cellcom. Oh, so maybe it's what do they call it? A fire sale? Been down for a week. Holy shit. They just did an update a month ago. Maybe they accidentally broke something. Yeah. But yeah, if your regional cell has been down for a week, that's crazy. That's one thing I have to say for the bank that I worked at, which was kind of a middle tier Midwest bank, though we actually recently, just right before I left, they made an acquisition that got them, I think, 5 or 6 more states. We paid top dollar information security engineers to make sure we didn't have those kind of problems, and they were really good at what they did. So actually, one of them is a viewer of mine. I don't know if he's in today or not. Doesn't look like he's in today, but thousands and thousands of people without service. That sucks. I blame the Russians. Yeah, everybody blames the Russians. So they're usually at fault. So there's something to be said for that. The error message on my phone says error cert authority invalid. So they're saying whoever authorized the cert, it's probably just expired. And they need to reissue another one. But that's kind of crazy. We had that stuff happen from time to time. Yeah, after Portugal and Spain, I'm not surprised about anything anymore. They probably spent all their money in Iceland and forgot to pay the bill. Yeah, that could be. We were talking about that the other day. Is that we had problems with different things during the user conference, and we said everybody's at the user conference, so that's why they're not fixing nothing. So expired certs are often overlooked. Yep, and that's exactly what happened with us. Is we would discover that it's going to expire tomorrow or something like that. So, yep. And then we'd make a big rush to get it taken care of and all that crap. But yeah, it's probably just an expired cert. They'll have it fixed here within the day, I would expect. So. Yeah, I don't have any ammo for that, so that's not gonna work. Didn't bring those. So So luckily I have my selfie stick here for my back scratcher. So, well, I have a no rating drone fit. There you go. You want to try that? Yeah, I've already got this one on here, so we'll see. If this one gives me trouble, then we'll figure something else out. But I figure this will work. Worst case scenario, if I lose it, I can replace the Myrmidon, so that's not a big deal. But yeah, it should be okay. But thanks, Legomaniax. Feel free to post it in the in-game channel if you want, and then I can always check it out from there or add it to my list so that if this doesn't work, I can always use it going forward. So SSL certificate expire maximum 398 days from their issuance date. Yep. Yeah, and with it being a nice odd number like that, that always messes things up. So normally they try to make it year to year so that you can remember when it's due, but that's what we always did. We always tried. Memorial Day weekend, things of that nature. January 1st, February 1st, those were key dates. But that still didn't stop us from getting caught with our pants down when a cert expired that we didn't remember. As a bank, we had a ton of certs, so. All right, Garista Pirates. That should be good. That's the max date, so you can imagine you can see, 365 is usually what we set ours to, so yeah. Or if it was a leap year, 366. So yeah, but yeah, there's some that actually use that date and then they have to remember every time. Thanks, Lego. Yeah, the micro jump drive was one that I really wish I had put on here. So I don't think I have a medium micro jump drive though, which is one I'll have to look at. So In the first room, make sure to loot the Garista Scout Officer and supply canister. Okay. And just go ahead and auto renew this if you're going to be done with it. Yep. 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 Yeah, that's the way to normally do it. So. 4 out of 10. Oh. God, I've only been sitting down for another 5 minutes. Problem is, cert contact isn't something the IT guy keeps an eye on. Yep. And everyone else in the company doesn't really feel responsible. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. And it doesn't tell you, hey, your cert's going to expire in 5 days. It waits till it expires and then it says, hey, you can't get to the site anymore. So that's where we always got notified, was like, oh crap, our site doesn't work anymore. Or one of the components on the site doesn't work anymore. So, all right, so let's activate the gate. All right. So there's a supply canister. So it said take out the cruisers first, right? Let's switch these to antimatter. No, 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 no. You guys need to be here. Oh, man. Yeah, they're taking out my drones. That's the problem with the frigates. Is the frigates will start targeting my drones. Come on. Oh, wait, wait, wait. No, I want to hit this one. Yeah, I see it. At least they're focusing. How am I down to 6? I had 10. Oh, no, no, that's not what I wanted. Yes.
For news you can trust, tune into the cluster's #1 provider. The Scope, the Galactic News Network. Stream Supreme Court casts to see our Federation's justice in action. Justice may be blind, but democracy is transparent.
No, no, no. Come on.
Plate by plate, drone by drone, ship by ship, you're doing it. We thank our industrial partners. Together we build a brighter tomorrow.
See something strange? Is a neighbor acting unusually or making inexplicably large purchases? Contact the FIO and help keep our Federation safe.
Electoral dates upcoming for water authorities and biomass distribution oversight. Remember, participation is freedom's guardian.
All right. Turn rep back on, probably both at this point, and maybe cap booster too. Yeah, the cap booster, I don't have any charges for the cap booster, so
But at 8th Inlet, report
put a cap booster on but didn't bring any charges, so
bring us the truth. We'll deliver the justice.
But yeah, I got them. It's all good. Easy clap. Yeah. Yo, yeah. So yeah, I have the drones, but yeah, they were targeting the drones, so that was causing problems. So actually, all right, all right, all healed up. And we need the officer ship, which I don't see which one that is. Is that it here? Maybe this is it. Yep. And the supply canister.
For news you can trust, tune in to the cluster's #1 provider. The Scope, the Galactic News Network.
Well,
Epic action, epic romance, epic laughs, epic drama. Horror films from Impetus. Escape into the epic.
never got close enough to loot. Gotta love that. I guess I could turn these off, huh? All right. Must have game sounds turned down. No, I don't. You're not hearing the sounds? You should be. Just, yeah, so try it now. See if that works. Should hear the music from Eve. It did get confused when I got disconnected before and I reconnected. It connected the wrong accounts. So, yeah. I probably do have it turned down enough so that it doesn't drown me out. Otherwise, I can't hear it. So, all right. I thought I needed to loot those to actually go through the accelerator. Sorry. Oh yeah, yeah. I just barely hear game sounds. So. Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes it gets too loud for me, and then I can't. Then I start yelling. So, yeah, it's all good.
Warp drive active.
All right. Sentry guns, rotating telescope. So they're actually pretty far out. So. Yep, I see it. Orbit things don't sit still. Yeah, sorry about that. This one was way easier to deal with, so I think I overdid the vodka tonight. Uh-oh, StreetCornerBecky, good to see ya. So, might turn on prop mod to get some speed tank going, yeah. Too far. Yes, they are working on Eve Workbench now. It's now down. There you go. Yeah, makes sense. Alright. Oh, I guess I should lock it, huh? lost him. All right. So is that it? It doesn't show as being done. The structure, okay. I assume that's the loot box, okay. There's 2 supply crates out here, so I figured they were part of it too, but... Yeah, make sure you loot those. Yep. Square box, 43 kilometers, yep. Yeah, they're right next to it, so I don't want to get too close. I mean, I loot everything. I like to clean my plate. Yep, I do too, so. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is my first escalation I think I've ever done, so. So appreciate the suggestion, Jark Slider. Appreciate all the help, everybody. So was that another escalation? Oh yeah. Cool. So I got another escalation. We'll probably do that one tomorrow, so yeah. I'm already way over, so. Actually, let's see where it's at. Oh no, it says unavailable. Oh, it said the trail went cold. Okay. That's what I was wondering. Oh, come on. Hey, when you got this thing on, you always overshoot it. So I don't like. Alright, let's just get these guys. We'll come back and get the others. I'll bring my salvage ship back and salvage everything and pick it up. So yeah, it looks like it didn't. I didn't get another escalation from it, so that was just fine. It did. The trail went cold, but the thing flashed, so I thought that meant. But what it did is it took it off. So. Oh, come on. Freaking pain in the butt, I swear. Always overshoots it. Nothing there. Nothing there. There's the overseer. All right. So yeah, so I saved this. I'll come back. If you want to salvage, then you gotta bring drones. Yeah. If you want to salvage these, you gotta bring drones. Rex will stay there if you BM something. Yeah, I did. I BM'd it. Stuff in the site will, but not the Rex. Rex will stay there if you BM something. Yeah, so I did. I BM'd the Rex. So yeah, I've got one here, location. So this rec and this rec is the first room. This is the first room. This is the second room. So. All right, so I'm gonna head back to Venelin. I thought that because that's the same way it works with all the other Dead Space stuff. Is the Rex will stay for the 2-hour period. Yeah, but all the other things go away, but all the Rex will stay for the 2-hour period until. So I think I lost a drone, didn't I? Yeah, I lost 2 drones. Well, that freaking sucks. Oh. All right, let's see who we're gonna raid. Because you guys don't need to watch the boring part of me flying back and salvaging. Let's see who's out here. Alright, Zero's on XD. I haven't rated XD in a long time. Let's raid XD. Let's raid XD. Says new better music. He's only been on for 20 minutes. Awesome. Perfect. Yeah, I haven't rated XD in a while, so. Alright. So appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for watching. Ads are getting ready to start, so let those go away.
Warp drive active.
Cool. We have a good rest of the day and see you next time. Maybe try for more escalation tomorrow. Sounds like a plan. That was enjoyable. I enjoyed it. So yeah, we'll do that. And maybe we'll outfit this Myrmidon correctly. That way we have it and so there's the ads. I was like, I know they were coming. But yeah, we'll raid XD. We'll get him. We haven't given him any love in a while, so we'll raid him. He's got some music on, so I'm listening to him now. So, Ellen Anzo, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Yeah, he's got some pretty good music on right now, so. Actually, no, he's got a black screen. Oh, he probably hasn't started yet. Maybe that's it. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, he's got a black screen. I don't know what's going on there. I can hear the music playing. Armor tank held. Maybe cap got a little low, but not a big deal. Yeah, it wasn't. It seemed like it worked. And then the Myrmidon's always been kind of a staple of mine, so that one always seemed to work out pretty well. So. But yeah, I don't know what he's got going on with his stream. It's just showing a black screen. Screen's broke at the moment, he says. Wonder what's going on. He's got good music. You just can't see anything. See how else is out there. Ghosty's on as well. Ghosty's got a whole bunch of people though. And Zero's on, but I always raid Zero, so. But yeah, XD looks like he's got some stuff going on with his screen. You're not seeing the screen. So yeah, maybe we'll do Zero. Actually, he's got somebody else with him, Liveherrin. Yeah, let's go to Ghosty. Ghosty's got good music. He's been on for about 3 hours, so we'll raid him. All right, welcome back from the ads. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys being here. I'll be back on tomorrow night with more Eve Online. And we'll go from there. And I'm going to go ahead and raid Ghosty. So, Jerry Can, love you, buddy. Dark Slider, thanks again. And yeah, we'll be back on tomorrow, 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S. Not 8:30 p.m. Central Time. And 9:30 a.m. Philippine Time. So yeah, 9:30 p.m. is GMT -6, -4. So yeah, so. But anyway, I appreciate you guys being here. And we will see you tomorrow for some more EVE Online. Thanks again. Talk to you later.